Chapter 1 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 1. The Great Terror. It was on his 14th birthday that Keith Burton discovered the Great Terror, though he did not know it by that name until some days afterward. He knew only to his surprise and distress that the Treasure Island, given to him by his father for a birthday present, was printed in type so blurred and poor that he could scarcely read it. He said nothing, of course. In fact, he shut the book very hastily, with a quick sideways look, lest his father should see and notice the imperfection of his gift. Poor father! He would feel so bad after he had taken all that pains and spent all that money, and for something not absolutely necessary, too. And then to get cheated like that. For, of course, he had been cheated. Such horrid print that nobody could read. But it was only a day or two later that Keith found some more horrid print. This time it was in his father's weekly journal that came every Saturday morning. He found it again that night in a magazine, and yet again the next day in the Sunday newspaper. Then, before he had evolved a satisfactory explanation in his own mind of this phenomenon, he heard Susan Betts talking with Mrs. McGuire over the backyard fence. Susan Betts began the conversation, but that was nothing strange. Susan Betts always began the conversation. "Have you heard about poor old Harrington?" she demanded, in what Keith called her excitingest voice. Then, as was always the case when she spoke in that voice, she plunged on without waiting for a reply, as if fearful lest her bit of news fall from the other pair of lips first. "Well, he's blind, stone blind. He couldn't see a dollar bill, not if you shook it right before his eyes." "Sho! You don't say!" Mrs. McGuire dropped the wet sheet back into the basket and came to the fence on her side concernedly. "Now, ain't that too bad?" "Yes, ain't it? And he so kind, and now so blind. It jest makes me sick." Susan whipped open the twisted folds of a wet towel. Susan seldom stopped her work to talk. "But I saw it coming long ago. Annie did, too, poor man." Mrs. McGuire lifted a bony hand to her face and tucked a flying wisp of hair behind her right ear. "Then if he saw it coming, why couldn't he do something to stop it?" she demanded. "I don't know, but he couldn't. Dr. Chandler said he couldn't. And they had a man up from Boston, one of them eye socialists what doesn't doctor anything but eyes, and he said he couldn't." Keith, on his knees before the beet bed adjoining the clothes yard, sat back on his heels and eyed the two women with frowning interest. He knew old Mr. Harrington. So did all the boys. Never was there a kite or a gun or a jackknife so far gone that Uncle Joe Harrington could not fix it somehow. And he was always so jolly about it, and so glad to do it. But it took eyes to do such things, and if now he was going to be blind— "And you say it's been coming on gradual?" questioned Mrs. McGuire. "Why, I hadn't heard." "No, there hain't no one heard," interrupted Susan. "He didn't say nothin' ter nobody, hardly. Only me, I guess, and I suspicioned it, or he wouldn't 'a' said to me, probably. You see, I found out he wa'n't readin' 'em. The papers Mr. Burton has me take up ter him every week, and he owned up, when I took him to task for it, that he couldn't read 'em. They was gettin' all blurred." "Blurred?" It was a startled little cry from the boy down by the beet bed, but neither Susan nor Mrs. McGuire heard. Perhaps because at almost the same moment Mrs. McGuire had excitedly asked the same question. "Blurred!" she cried. "Yes, all run together like the printin', you know, so he couldn't tell one leather from t'other. It wasn't only a little at first. Why, he thought 'twas jest something the matter with the printin' itself, and wasn't it the printing at all?" The boy was on his feet now. His face was a little white and strained looking as he asked the question. "Why, no, dearie. Didn't you hear Susan tell Mrs. McGuire just now? 'Twas his eyes, and he didn't know it. He was gettin' blind, and that was just the beginning." Susan's capable hands picked up another wet towel and snapped it open by way of emphasis. "The beginning," stammered the boy, but all beginnings don't end like that, do they?" Susan Betts laughed indulgently and jammed the clothespin a little deeper onto the towel. "Bless the child! Won't you hear that now?" she laughed with a shrug. And how should I know? I guess if Susan Betts could tell the end of all beginnings as soon as they begun, she wouldn't be hanging out your daddy's washing, my boy. She'd be sitting on a red velvet sofa with a gold cupola over her head, a-charging $5 apiece for telling your fortune. Yes, sir, she would. But about Uncle Joe, persisted the boy. Can't he really see at all, Susan? There, child, don't think anything more about it. Indeed, forsooth, I'm telling the truth. But I suppose I hadn't ought to tell it before you. Still, you'd have found that out quick enough, and you with your tops and balls always running up there. And that's what the poor soul seemed to feel the worst about, she went on, addressing Mrs. McGuire, who was still leaning on the division fence. If only I could see enough to help the boys, he moaned over and over again. It made me feel awful bad. I was that upset I just couldn't sleep that night, and I had to get up and write. But it made a real pretty poem. My fuse always works better in the night, anyhow. The Wail of the Toys. That's what I called it. Had the toys tell the story, you know, all the kites and jackknives and balls and bats that he's fixed to the boys all these years, and how bad they felt because he couldn't do it any more. Like this, you know. Oh, woe is me, said the baseball bat. Oh, woe is me, said the kite. 'Twas real pretty, if I do say it, and touchy, too. For mercy's sake, Susan Betts, if you ain't the greatest, ejaculated Mrs. McGuire with disapproving admiration. If you was dying, I believe you'd stop to write a poem for your gravestone. Susan Betts chuckled wickedly, but her voice was gravity itself. Oh, I wouldn't have to do that, Miss McGuire. I've got that done already. Susan Betts, you haven't, gasped the scandalized woman on the other side of the fence. Haven't I? Listen, challenged Susan Betts, striking an attitude. Her face was abnormally grave, though her eyes were merry. Here lieth a woman whose name was Betts, and I s'pose she'll deserve whatever she gets. But if she hadn't been Betts, she might have been better. She might even been best, if her name would 'a' let her. Susan! gasped Miss McGuire once more. But Susan only chuckled again wickedly, and fell to work on her basket of clothes in good earnest. A moment later she was holding up with stern disapproval 2 socks with gaping heels. Keith Burton, here's them scandalous socks again. Now, do you go tell your father that I won't touch 'em. I won't bend 'em another once. He must get you a new pair, 2 new pairs, right away. Do you hear? But Keith did not hear. Keith was not there to hear. Still, with that strained white look on his face, he had hurried out of the yard and through the gate. Mrs. McGuire, however, did hear. My stars, Susan Betts, it's lucky your bark is worse than your bite, she exclaimed. Mend 'em indeed. They won't be dry before you've got your darning egg in 'em. Susan laughed ruefully. Then she sighed. At arm's length she was holding up another pair of yawning socks. I know it, and look at them, too, she snapped in growing wrath. But what's a body going to do? The boy'd go half naked before his father would sense it with his nose in that paint box, much as ever as he's got sense enough to put on his own clothes, and he wouldn't know when to put on clean ones if I didn't spread 'em out for him. I know it. Too bad, murmured Mrs. McGuire with a virtuous shake of her head. And he with his fine bringing up, and now to be so shiftless and good for nothing, and... But Susan Betts was interrupting, her eyes flashing. If you please, I'll thank you to say no more like that about my master, she said with dignity. He's neither shiftless nor good for nothing. His character is unbleachable. He's an artist and a scholar and a gentleman and a very superlative man. It's because he knows so much that he just hain't got room for common things like clothes and holes in socks. Stuff and nonsense, retorted Mrs. McGuire, nettled in her turn. I guess I've known Dan'l Burton as long as you have, and as for his being your master, he can't call his soul his own when you're around, and you know it. But Susan, with a disdainful sniff, picked up her now empty clothes basket and marched into the house. Down the road Keith had reached the turn and was climbing the hill that led to old Mr. Harrington's shabby cottage. The boy's eyes were fixed straight ahead. A squirrel whisked his tail alluringly from the bushes at the left, and a robin twittered from a tree branch on the right. But the boy neither saw nor heard, and when before had Keith Burton failed to respond to a furred or feathered challenge like that? To-day there was an air of dogged determination about even the way he set one foot before the other. He had the air of one who sees his goal ahead and cannot reach it soon enough. Yet when Keith arrived at the sagging, open gate before the Harrington cottage, he stopped short as if the gate were closed, and his next steps were slow and hesitant. Walking on the grass at the edge of the path, he made no sound as he approached the stoop on which sat an old man. At the steps, as at the gate, Keith stopped and waited, his gaze on the motionless figure in the rocking-chair. The old man sat with his hands folded on his cane-top, his eyes apparently looking straight ahead. Slowly the boy lifted his right arm and waved it soundlessly. He lifted his left, but there was no waving flourish. Instead it fell impotently almost before it was lifted. On the stoop the old man still sat motionless, his eyes still gazing straight ahead. Again the boy hesitated. Then, with an elaborately careless air, he shuffled his feet on the gravel walk and called cheerfully, "Hello, Uncle Joe." "Hello, oh, hello, it's Keith Burton, ain't it?" The old head turned with the vague indecision of the newly blind, and a trembling hand thrust itself aimlessly forward. "It is Keith, ain't it?" "Oh, yes, sir, I'm Keith." The boy, with a quick look about him, awkwardly shook the fluttering fingers. Keith was not in the habit of shaking hands with people, least of all with Uncle Joe Harrington. He sat down then on the step at the old man's feet. "What did you bring to-day, my boy?" asked the man eagerly. Then, with a quick change of manner, he sighed, "But I'm afraid I can't fix it anyhow." "Oh, no, sir, you don't have to. I didn't bring anything to be mended to-day." Unconsciously, Keith had raised his voice. He was speaking loudly and very politely. The old man fell back in his chair. He looked relieved, yet disappointed. "Oh, well, that's all right, then. I'm glad. That is, of course, if I could have fixed it for you—" His sentence remained unfinished. A profound gloom settled over his countenance. "But I didn't bring anything for you to fix," reiterated the boy in a yet louder tone. "There, there, my boy, you don't have to shout." The old man shifted uneasily in his seat. "I ain't deaf. I'm only—I suppose you know, Keith, what's come to me in my old age." "Yes, sir, I do." The boy hitched a little nearer to the two ill-shod feet on the floor near him. And I wanted to ask you, yours hurt a lot, didn't they? I mean, your eyes, they ached, didn't they, before they got blind?" He spoke eagerly, almost hopefully. The old man shook his head. "No, not much. I suppose I ought to be thankful I was spared that." The boy wet his dry lips and swallowed. "But, Uncle Joe, most always, I guess, when folks are going to be blind, they do ache, don't they?" Again the old man stirred restlessly. "I don't know. I only know about myself." "But, well, anyhow, it never comes till you're old, real old, does it?" Keith's voice vibrated with confidence this time. "Old? I ain't so very old. I'm only 75, bridled Harrington resentfully. Besides, anyhow, the doctor said age didn't have nothing to do with this kind of blindness. It comes to young folks, real young folks sometimes." "Oh!" The boy wet his lips and swallowed again, a bit convulsively. With eyes fearful and questioning, he searched the old man's face. Twice he opened his mouth as if to speak, but each time he closed it again with the words left unsaid. Then, with a breathless rush, very much like desperation, he burst out, "But it's always an awful long time coming, isn't it? Blindness is. It's years and years before it really gets here, isn't it?" Well, I can't say. I can only speak for myself, Keith." "Yes, sir, I know, sir, and that's what I wanted to ask about you," plunged on Keith feverishly. "When did you notice it first, and what was it?" The old man drew a long sigh. "Why, I don't know as I can tell exactly. 'Twas quite a spell coming on, I know that. And 'twasn't much of anything at first. 'Twas just that I couldn't see to read clear and distinct. It was all sort of blurred." "Kind of run together?" Just above his breath, Keith asked the question. "Yes, that's it exactly. And I thought something ailed my glasses, and so I got some new ones, and I thought at first maybe it helped, but it didn't. Then it got so that 'twa'n't only the printin' or books and papers that was blurred, but everything a little ways off was in a fog like, and I couldn't see anything real clear and distinct." "Oh, but things other things don't look a mite foggy to me," cried the boy. "Course they don't. Why should they? They didn't to me, once," retorted the man impatiently. "But now—" Again he left his sentence unfinished. "But how soon did you get all blind after that?" stammered the boy, breaking the long, uncomfortable silence that had followed the old man's unfinished sentence. "Oh, 5 or 6 months, maybe more. I don't know exactly. I know it came, that's all. I guess if it was you, it wouldn't make no difference how it came, if it came, boy." "No, of course not," chattered Keith, springing suddenly to his feet. "But I guess it isn't coming to me. Of course it isn't coming to me. Well, good-bye, Uncle Joe. I got to go now. Good-bye." He spoke fearlessly, blithely, and his chin was at a confident tilt. He even whistled as he walked down the hill. But in his heart, Keith knew that beside him that very minute stalked that shadowy, intangible creature that had dogged his footsteps ever since his 14th birthday gift from his father. And he knew it now by name. The Great Terror. End of Chapter 1. Recording by LWPOE on April 17th, 2011. ALWPOE.com. Chapter 2 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 2. Dad. Keith's chin was still high and his gaze still straight ahead when he reached the foot of Harrington Hill. Perhaps that explained why he did not see the two young misses on the fence by the side of the road until a derisively gleeful shout called his attention to their presence. "Well, Keith Burton, I should like to know if you're blind," challenged a merry voice. The boy turned with a start so violent that the girls giggled again gleefully. "Dear, dear, did we scare him? We're so sorry." The boy flushed painfully. Keith did not like girls. That is, he said he did not like them. They made him conscious of his hands and feet and stiffened his tongue so that it would not obey his will. The prettier the girls were, the more acute was his discomfiture. Particularly, therefore, did he dislike these two girls. They were the prettiest of the lot. They were Maisie Sanborn and her friend Dorothy Parkman. Maisie was the daughter of the town's richest manufacturer, and Dorothy was her cousin from Chicago, who made such long visits to her Eastern relatives that it seemed sometimes almost as if she were as much a Hinsdale girl as was Maisie herself. Today Maisie's blue eyes and Dorothy's brown ones were full of mischief. "Well, why don't you say something? Why don't you apologize?" demanded Maisie. "Apologize? What for?" In his embarrassed misery, Keith resorted to bravado in voice and manner. "Why, for passing us by in that impertinent fashion," returned Maisie loftily. "Do you think that is the way ladies should be treated?" Maisie was 13 and Dorothy 14. "The idea!" For a minute Keith stared helplessly, shifting from one foot to the other. Then, with an inarticulate grunt, he turned away. But Maisie was not to be so easily thwarted. With a mere flit of her hand, she tossed aside a score of years and became instantly nothing more than a wheedling little girl coaxing a playmate. "Oh, Keithie, don't get mad. I was only fooling. Say, tell me, have you been up to Uncle Joe Harrington's?" Because Maisie had caught his arm and now held it tightly, the boy perforce came to a stop. "Well, what if I have?" He resorted to bravado again. "And is he blind, honestly?" Maisie's voice became hushed and awestruck. "Uh-huh." The boy nodded his head with elaborate unconcern, but he shifted his feet uneasily. "And he can't see a thing? Not a thing?" breathed Maisie. "'Course he can if he's blind." Keith showed irritation now and pulled not too gently at the arm still held in Maisie's firm little fingers. "Blind? Ugh!" interposed Miss Dorothy, shuddering visibly. "Oh, how can you bear to look at him, Keith Burton? I couldn't." A sudden wave of red surged over the boy's face. The next instant it had receded, leaving only a white, strained terror. "Well, he ain't to blame for it, if he is blind, is he?" chattered the boy, a bit incoherently. If you're blind, and you can't help yourself." And with a jerk he freed himself from Mazie's grasp and hurried down the road toward home. But when he reached the bend of the road he turned and looked back. The two girls had returned to their perch on the fence and were deeply absorbed in something one of them held in her hand. "And she said she couldn't bear to look at 'em if they were blind," he whispered. Then, wheeling about, he ran down the road as fast as he could, nor did he stop till he had entered his own gate. "Well, Keith Burton, I should like to know where you've been," cried the irate voice of Susan Betts from the doorway. "Oh, just walking. Why?" "Because I've been huntin' and huntin' for you." "But, oh, dear me, you're worse'n a flea, so what's the use of talkin'? You always say, as you did today, I've just been out a-walkin'." "But what did you want me for?" "I didn't want you. Your pa wanted you. But then, for that matter, he's always wantin' you. Any time if you look at him real good and hard enough to get his attention, he'll stare a minute and then say, 'Where's Keith?' And when he gets to the other shore, I suppose he'll do it all the more." "Oh, no, he won't. Not if it's talking poetry. Father never talks poetry. What makes you talk it so much, Susan? Nobody else does." Susan laughed good-humoredly. "Land sakes, child, I don't know, only I jest can't help it. Why, everything inside me jest swings along to a regular tune. Kind o' keeps time, like. It's always been so. Why, Keithy boy, it's been my joy. There, you see, just like that. I didn't know that was coming. It just came, that's all. I can make a rhyme most any time. Oh, of course, most generally when I write real poems I have to sit down with a pencil and paper and write 'em out. It's only the spontaneous combustion kind that comes all in a minute, without predisposed thinking. Now, run along to your pa, child. He wants you. He's been fretting the last hour for you just because he didn't know exactly where you was. Goodness me, I only hope I'll never have to live with him if anything happens to you." The boy had crossed the room, but with his hand on the doorknob he turned sharply. "What do you mean by that?" Susan Betts gave a despairing gesture. "Land sakes, child, how you do hold a body up! I meant what I said, that I didn't want the job of living with your pa if anything happened to you. You know as well as I do he thinks you're the very axle for the earth to whirl round on. But there, I don't know as I wonder. Jest you left so." The boy abandoned his position at the door and came close to Susan Betts's side. "That's what I've always wanted to know. Other boys have brothers and sisters and a mother, but I can't ever remember anybody only Dad. Wasn't there ever anyone else?" Susan Betts drew a long sigh. "There were 2 brothers, but they died before you was born. Then there was your mother. But I never knew her? No, child. When they opened the door of heaven to let you out, she slipped in, poor lamb. And then you was all your father had left. So of course he dotes on you. Goodness me, there ain't no end to the fine things he's going to have you be when you grow up." "Yes, I know." The boy caught his breath convulsively and turned away. "I guess I'll go to Dad." At the end of the hall upstairs was the studio. Dad would probably be there. Keith knew that. Dad was always there when he wasn't sleeping or eating or out tramping through the woods. He would be sitting before the easel now, puttering over a picture, as Susan called it. Susan said he was a very insufficient, uncapacious man, but that was when she was angry or tried with him. She never let anyone else say such things about him. Still, Dad was very different from other dads. Keith had to acknowledge that to himself. Other boys' dads had offices and stores and shops and factories where they worked, or else they were doctors or ministers. And there was always money to get things with, things that boys needed, shoes and stockings and new clothes, and candy and baseball bats and kites and jackknives. Dad didn't have anything but a studio, and there never seemed to be much money. What there was an annual, Susan said, whatever that was. Anyway, whatever it was too small and not nearly large enough to cover expenses. Susan had an awful time to get enough to buy their food with sometimes. She was always telling Dad that she'd got to have a little to buy eggs or butter or meat with. And there were her wages. Dad was always behind on those, and when the bills came in at the first of the month, it was always awful then. Dad worried and frowning and unhappy and apologetic and explaining. Susan cross and half crying. Strange men, not over-pleasant looking, ringing the bell peremptorily, and never a place at all where a boy might feel comfortable to stay. Dad was always talking then, especially, how he was sure he was going to sell this picture. But he never sold it. At least, Keith never knew him to. And after a while he would begin a new picture, and be sure he was going to sell that. But not only was Dad different from other boys' dads, but the house was different. First, it was very old and full of very old furniture and dishes. Then blinds and windows and locks and doors were always getting out of order, and they were apt to remain so, for there was never any money to fix things with. There was also a mortgage on the house. That is, Susan said there was, and by the way she said it, it would seem to be something not at all attractive or desirable. Just what a mortgage was, Keith did not exactly understand, but for that matter, quite probably Susan herself did not. Susan always liked to use big words, and some of them she did not always know the meaning of, Dad said. Today, in the hallway, Keith stood a hesitant minute before his father's door. Then slowly he pushed it open. "Did you want me, Dad?" he asked. The man at the easel sprang to his feet. He was a tall, slender man with finely cut features and a pointed blond beard. Susan had once described him as an awfully nice man to take care of, but not worth a cent when it comes to taking care of you. Yet there was every evidence of loving protection in the arm he threw around his boy just now. "Won't you? I always want you," he cried affectionately. "Look, do you remember that mouse we brought home yesterday? Well, I've got its twin now." Triumphantly he pointed to the lower left-hand corner of the picture on the easel, where was a carefully blended mass of greens and browns. "Oh, yes, why, so 'tis." Keith had long since learned to see in his father's pictures what his father saw. "Say, Dad, I wished you'd tell me about my little brothers. Won't you, please?" And Keith, look, do you recognize that little path? It's the one we saw yesterday. I'm going to call this picture the Woodland Path. And I think it's going to be about the very best thing I ever did. Keith was not surprised that his question had been turned aside. Questions that his father did not like to answer were always turned aside. Usually Keith submitted with what grace he could muster, but today he was in a persistent mood that would not be denied. "Dad, why don't you tell me about my brothers? Please, what were their names, and how old were they, and why did they die?" "God knows why they died. I don't." The man's arm about the boy's shoulder tightened convulsively. "But how old were they?" "Ned was 7, and Jerry was 4, and they were the light of my eyes, and why do you make me tell you? Isn't it enough, Keith, that they went one after the other, not 2 days apart? And then the sun went out and left the world gray and cold and cheerless, for the next day your mother went." "And how about me, Dad?" The man did not seem to have heard. Still, with his arm about the boy's shoulder, he had dropped back into the seat before the easel. His eyes now were somberly fixed out the window. "Wasn't I anywhere, Dad?" With a start the man turned. His arm tightened again. His eyes grew moist and very tender. "Anywhere? You're everywhere now, my boy. I'm afraid at the very first, I didn't like to see you very well, perhaps because you were all there was left. Then, little by little, I found you were looking at me with your mother's eyes and touching me with the fingers of Ned and Jerry. And now, why, boy, you're everything. You're Ned and Jerry and your mother all in one, my boy, my boy." Keith stirred restlessly. A horrible tightness came to his throat, yet there was a big lump that must be swallowed. That Woodland Path picture is going to be great, Dad, great," he said then, in a very loud, though slightly husky voice. "Come on, let's—" From the hall Susan's voice interrupted, chanting in a high-pitched sing-song. Dinner's ready, hurry up or you'll be late. Then you'll sure be cross and heady if there's nothing left to ate." Keith gave a relieved whoop and bounded toward the door. Never had Susan's dinner bell been a more welcome sound. Surely at dinner his throat would have to loosen up, and that lump could then be swallowed. More slowly Keith's father rose from his chair. "How impossible Susan is," he sighed. "I believe she grows worse every day. Still, I suppose I ought to be thankful she's good-natured, which that absurd doggerel of hers proves that she is. However, I should like to put a stop to it. I declare I believe I will put a stop to it, too. I'm going to insist on her announcing her meals in a proper manner. Oh, Susan," he began resolutely as he flung open the dining-room door. "Well, sir?" Susan stood at attention, her arms akimbo. "Susan, I insist. That is, I wish." "You were saying," she reminded him coldly as he came to a helpless pause. "Yes, that is, I was saying." His eyes wavered and fell to the table. "Oh, hash, red flannel hash. That's fine, Susan." But Susan was not to be cajoled. Her eyes still regarded him coldly. "Yes, sir, hash. We most generally does have beet hash after b'iled dinner, sir. You was saying?" "Nothing, Susan, nothing. I've changed my mind," murmured the man hastily, pulling out his chair. "Well, Keith, will you have some of Susan's nice hash?" "Yes, sir," said Keith. Susan said nothing. But was there a quiet smile on her lips as she left the room? If so, neither the man nor the boy seemed to notice it. As for the very obvious change of attitude on the part of the man, Keith had witnessed a like phenomenon altogether too often to give it a second thought. And as for the doggerel that had brought about the situation, that also was too familiar to cause comment. It had been years since Susan first called them to dinner with her poem, but Keith could remember just how pleased she had been, and how gaily she had repeated it over and over so as not to forget it. "Oh, of course I know that ain't good etiquette in that place," she had admitted at the time. "It should be eat, but eat don't rhyme and ate does. So I'm going to use it, and I can, anyhow. It's poem license, and that'll let you do anything." Since then she had used the verse for every meal, except when she was out of temper, and by substituting breakfast or supper for dinner, she had a call that was conveniently universal. The fact that she used it only when she was good-natured constituted an unfailing barometer of the atmospheric condition of the kitchen, and was really, in a way, no small convenience, especially for little boys in quest of cookies or bread and jam. As for the master of the house, this was not the first time he had threatened an energetic warfare against that absurd doggerel, which he had cordially abhorred from the very first. Neither would it probably be the last time that Susan's calm "Well, sir?" should send him into an ignominious defeat before the battle was even begun. And really, after all was said and done, there was still that one unfailing refuge for his discomfited recollection. He could be thankful, when he heard it, that she was good-natured. And with Susan that was no small thing to be thankful for, as everybody knew who knew Susan. Today, therefore, the defeat was not so bitter as to take all the sweetness out of the red flannel hash, and the frown on Daniel Burton's face was quite gone when Susan brought in the dessert. Nor did it return that night, even when Susan's shrill voice caroled through the hall. Supper's ready, hurry up or you'll be late. Then you'll sure be cross and heady if there's nothing left to ate." End of Chapter 2. Recording by ALWPOE on April 24th, 2011. ALWPOE.com.
Chapter 3 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 3 For Jerry and Ned. It was Susan Betts who discovered that Keith was not reading so much that summer. "And him with his nose always in a book before," as she said one day to Mrs. McGuire. "And he don't act natural, somehow, neither, ter my way of thinkin'. Have you noticed anything?" "Why, no, I don't know as I have," answered Mrs. McGuire from the other side of the fence, "except that he's always traipsin' off to the woods with his father. But then, he's always done that, more or less." "Indeed he has. But always before he's lugged along a book, sometimes two, and now, why he hain't even read the book his father give him on his birthday. I know, 'cause I asked him one day what 'twas about, and he said he didn't know, he hadn't read it." "Dearie me, Susan! Well, what if he hadn't? I shouldn't fret about that. My gracious, Susan, if you had 4 children same as I have, instead of one, I guess you wouldn't do no worryin' just because a boy didn't read a book. Though, as for my John, he—" Susan lifted her chin. "I wasn't talkin' about your children, Miss McGuire," she interrupted. "And I reckon nobody'd do no worryin' if they didn't read. But Master Keith is a different supposition entirely. He's very intelligible, Master Keith is, and so is his father before him. Books is food to them, real food. Hain't you ever heard of folks devourin' books? Well, they do it. Of course I don't mean literarily, but metaphysically." "Oh, land o' love, Susan Betts!" cried Mrs. McGuire, throwing up both hands and turning away scornfully. "Of course, when you get to talkin' like that, nobody can say anything to you. However in the world that poor Mr. Burton puts up with you, I don't see. I wouldn't. Not a day. Not a single day!" And by way of emphasis she entered her house and shut the door with a slam. Susan Betts, left alone, shrugged her shoulders disdainfully. "Well, nobody asked you, sir," she quoted, under her breath, and slammed her door, also, by way of emphasis. Yet both Susan and Mrs. McGuire knew very well that the next day would find them again in the usual friendly intercourse over the backyard fence. Susan Betts was a neighbor's daughter. She had lived all her life in the town, and she knew everybody. Just because she happened to work in Daniel Burton's kitchen was no reason, to her mind, why she should not be allowed to express her opinion freely on all occasions, and on all subjects, and to all persons. Such being her conviction, she conducted herself accordingly. And Susan always lived up to her convictions. In the kitchen today she found Keith. "Oh, I say, Susan, I was looking for you. Dad wants you." "What for?" "I don't know, but I guess it's because he wants to have something besides beans and codfish and fish hash to eat. Anyhow, he said he was going to speak to you about it." Susan stiffened into inexorable sternness. "So he's goin' ter speak ter me, is he? Well, 'twill be mighty little good that'll do, as he ought to know very well. Beefsteaks and roast fowls cost money. Has he got the money for me?" Without waiting for an answer to her question, she strode through the door leading to the dining room and shut it crisply behind her. The boy did not follow her. Alone, in the kitchen he drummed idly on the window pane, watching the first few drops of a shower that had been darkening the sky for an hour past. After a minute he turned slowly and gazed with listless eyes about the kitchen. On the table lay a folded newspaper. After a moment's hesitation he crossed the room toward it. He had the air of one impelled by some inner force against his will. He picked the paper up, but did not at once look at it. In fact, he looked everywhere but at it. Then, with a sudden jerk, he faced it. Shivering a little he held it nearer, then farther away, then nearer again. Then, with an inarticulate little cry he dropped the paper and hurried from the room. No one knew better than Keith himself that he was not reading much this summer. Not that he put it into words, but he had a feeling that so long as he was not seeing how blurred the printed words were, he would not be sure that they were blurred. Yet he knew that always, whenever he saw a book or paper, his fingers fairly tingled to pick it up, and make sure. Most of the time, however, Keith tried not to notice the books and papers. Systematically he tried to forget that there were books and papers, and he tried to forget the Great Terror. Sometimes he persuaded himself that he was doing this. He contrived to keep himself very busy that summer. Almost every day, when it did not rain, he was off for a long walk with his father in the woods. His father liked to walk in the woods. Keith never had to urge him to do that. And what good times they had! Except that Keith did wish that his father would not talk quite so much about what great things he, Keith, was going to do when he should have become a man, and a great artist. One day he ventured to remonstrate. "But, Dad, maybe I shan't be a great artist at all. Maybe I shan't even be a little one. Maybe I shall just be a man." Keith never forgot his father's answer nor his father's anguished face as he made that answer. Keith, I don't ever want you to let me hear you say that again. I want you to know that you're going to succeed, and you will succeed. God will not be so cruel as to deny me that. I have failed. You needn't shake your head, boy, and say, "Oh, Dad," like that. I know perfectly well what I'm talking about. I have failed, though it is not often that I'll admit it, even to myself. But when I heard you say today, "Keith, listen to me. You've got to succeed. You've got to succeed not only for yourself, but for Jerry and Ned and for me. All my hopes for Jerry and Ned and for myself are in you, boy. That's why, in all our walks together, and at home in the studio, I'm trying to teach you something that you will want to know by and by." Keith never remonstrated with his father after that. He felt worse than ever now when his father talked of what great things he was going to do. But he knew that remonstrances would do no good, but rather harm, and he did not want to hear his father talk again as he had talked that day, about Jerry and Ned and himself. As if it were not bad enough, under the best of conditions, to have to be great and famous for one's two dead brothers and one's father, while if one were blind— But Keith refused to think of that. He tried very hard, also, to absorb everything that his father endeavored to teach him. He listened and watched and said, "Yes, sir," and he did his best to make the chalks and charcoal that were put into his hands follow the copy set for him. To be sure, in this last undertaking, his efforts were not always successful. The lines wavered and blurred and were far from clear. Still, they were not half so bad as the print in the books, and if it should not get any worse— Besides, had he not always loved to draw cats and dogs and faces ever since he could hold a pencil? And so, with some measure of hope as to the results, he was setting himself to be that great and famous artist that his father said he must be. But it was not all work for Keith these summer days. There were games and picnics and berry expeditions with the boys and girls, all of which he hailed with delight. One did not have to read, or even study wavering lines and figures, on picnics or berrying expeditions. And that was a relief. To be sure, there was nearly always Maisie, and if there was Maisie, there was bound to be Dorothy. And Dorothy had said— Some way he could never see Dorothy without remembering what she did say on that day he had come home from Uncle Joe Harrington's. Not that he exactly blamed her, either. For was not he himself acting as if he felt the same way and did not like to look at blind persons? Else why did he so persistently keep away from Uncle Joe now? Not once, since that first day, had he been up to see the poor old blind man. And before he used to go several times a week. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 4. School. And so the summer passed, and September came. And September brought a new problem. School. And school meant books. 2 days before school began, Keith sought Susan Betts in the kitchen. "Say, Susan, that was awfully good johnny cake we had this morning." Susan picked up another plate to dry and turned toward her visitor. Her face was sternly grave, though there was something very like a twinkle in her eye. "There ain't no cookies, if that's what you're wantin'," she said. "Aw, Susan, I never said a word about cookies." "Then what is it you want? It's plain to be seen there's something, I ween." "My, how easy you do make rhymes, Susan. What's that 'I ween' mean?" "Now, Keith Burton, this beating the bush like this don't do one mite of good. You might just as well out with it first as last. Now, what is it you want?" Keith drew a long sigh. "Well, Susan, there is something, a little something, only I meant what I said about the johnny cake and the rhymes. Truly I did." "Well?" Susan was smiling faintly. "Susan, you know you can make Dad do anything." Susan began to stiffen, and Keith hastened to disarm her. "No, no, truly, this is the part I want. You can make Dad do anything. and I want you to do it for me." "Do what?" "Make him let me off from school any more." "Let you off from school?" In her stupefied amazement Susan actually forgot to pick up another plate from the dishpan. "Yes, tell him I'm sick, or 'tisn't good for me. And truly, it isn't good for me. And truly I am quite a little sick. Susan, I don't feel well a bit. There's a kind of sinking feeling in my stomach, and—" But Susan had found her wits and her tongue by this time, and she gave free rein to her wrath. "Let you off from school, indeed! Why, Keith Burton, I'm ashamed of you, and you that I've always boasted of. What do you want to do? Grow up a perfect ignominious?" Keith drew back resentfully and up-tilted his chin. "No, Susan Betts, I'm not wanting to be a ignominious, and I don't intend to be one either. I'm going to be an artist, a great big famous artist, and I don't need school for that. How are multiplication tables and history and grammar going to help me paint big pictures? That's what I want to know. But I'm afraid that Dad— Say, won't you tell Dad that I don't need books any more, and—" But he stopped short, so extraordinary was the expression that had come to Susan Betts's face. If it were possible to think of Susan Betts crying, he should think she was going to cry now. "Need books? Why, child, there ain't nobody but what needs books. And I guess I know. What do you suppose I wouldn't give now if I could have had books and book learning when I was young? I could have writ real poetry then that would sell. I could have spoke out and said things that are in my soul, and that I can't say now because I don't know the words that will impress what I mean. Now look a-here, Keith Burton, you're young, you've got a chance. Do you see to it that you make good. And it's books that will help you do it." "But books won't help me paint, Susan." "They will, too. Books will help you do anything." "Then won't you ask Dad?" "Indeed I won't." "But I don't see how books—" With a long sigh Keith turned away. In the studio the next morning he faced his father. "Dad, you can't learn to paint pictures by just reading how to do it, can you?" "You certainly cannot, my boy." "There! I told Susan Betts so, but she wouldn't listen to me, and so—" "I don't have to go to school any more, do I?" "Don't have to go to school any more? Why, Keith, what an absurd idea." "Of course you've got to go to school." "But just to be an artist and paint pictures, I don't see—" But his father cut him short and would not listen. 5 minutes later a very disappointed, disheartened young lad left the studio and walked slowly down the hall. There was no way out of it. If one were successfully to be Jerry and Ned and Dad and oneself all in one, there was nothing but school and more school, and yes, college, that would give the proper training Dad had said it. Keith went to school the next morning. With an "oh, well, I don't care" air, he slung his books over his shoulder and swung out the gate, whistling blithely. It might not be so bad after all, he was telling himself. Perhaps the print would be plainer now. Anyway, he could learn a lot in class listening to the others, and maybe some of the boys would study with him and do the reading part. But it was not to be so easy as Keith hoped for. To begin with, the print had not grown any clearer. It was more blurred than ever. To be sure, it was much worse with one eye than with the other, but he could not keep one eye shut all the time. Besides, his eyes ached now as if he tried to use them too much, and grew red and inflamed, and he was afraid his father would notice them. He began to see strange flashes of rainbow light now, too, and sometimes little halos around the lamp flame, as if one could study books with all that. True, he learned something in class, but naturally he was never called upon to recite what had already been given, so he invariably failed miserably when it came to his turn. Even the boy to study with proved to be a delusion and a snare, for no boy was found who cared to do all the reading without being told the reason why it was expected of him, and that was exactly why Keith was straining every nerve to keep it to himself. And so week in, week out, Keith stumbled along through those misery-filled days, each one seemingly a little more unbearable than the last. Of course it could not continue indefinitely, and Keith in his heart knew it. Almost every lesson was more or less of a failure, and recitation hour was a torture and torment. The teacher alternately reproved and reproached him, with frequent appeals to his pride, holding up for comparison his splendid standing of the past. His classmates gibed and jeered mercilessly, and Keith stood it all. Only a tightening of his lips and a new misery in his eyes showed that he had heard and understood. He made neither apology nor explanation. Above all, by neither word nor sign did he betray that, because the print in his books was blurred, he could not study. Then came the day when his report card was sent to his father, and he himself was summoned to the studio to answer for it. "Well, my son, what is the meaning of that?" Keith had never seen his father look so stern. He was holding up the card, face outward. Keith knew that the damning figures were there, and he suspected what they were, though he could see only a blurred mass of indistinct marks. With one last effort, he attempted to cling to his subterfuge. What is it?" he stammered. "What is it? And in the face of a record like that," cried his father sternly. "That's exactly what I want to know. What is it? Is this the way, Keith, that you're showing me that you don't want to go to school? I haven't forgotten, you see, that you tried to beg off going this fall. Now, what is the matter?" Keith shifted his position miserably. His face grew white and strained-looking. I couldn't seem to get my lessons, Dad." "Couldn't? You mean you wouldn't, Keith? Surely you're not trying to make me think you couldn't have made a better record than this if you had tried?" There was no answer. "Keith!" There was a pleading in his voice now, pleading with an unsteadiness more eloquent than words. "Have you forgotten so soon what I told you? How now you hold all the hopes of Jerry and Ned and of Dad in your own two hands? Keith, do you really think that you're treating Jerry and Ned and Dad square?" For a moment there was no answer. Then a very faint, constrained voice asked, "What were those figures, Dad?" "Read for yourself." With the words the card was thrust into his hands. Keith bent his head. His eyes apparently were studying the card. "Suppose you read them aloud, Keith." There was a moment's pause. Then with a little convulsive breath the words came, "I can't, Dad." The man smiled grimly. "Well, I don't know as I wonder. They're pretty bad. However, I guess we'll have to have them. Read them aloud, Keith." "But honest, Dad, I can't. I mean, they're all blurred and run together." The boy's face was white like paper now. Daniel Burton gave his son a quick glance. "Blurred? Run together?" He reached for the card and held it a moment before his own eyes. Then sharply he looked at his son again. "You mean, can't you read any of those figures, the largest ones?" Keith shook his head. "Why, Keith, how long—" A sudden change came to his face. "You mean, is that the reason you haven't been able to get your lessons, boy?" Keith nodded dumbly, miserably. "But, my dear boy, why in the world didn't you say so? Look here, Keith, how long has this been going on?" There was no answer. "Since the very first of school?" "Before that." "How long before that?" "Last spring, on my birthday, I noticed it first. Then—" "Good heavens! As long as that, and never a word to me. Why, Keith, what in the world possessed you? Why didn't you tell me? We'd have had that fixed up long ago." "Fixed up?" Keith's eyes were eager, incredulous. "To be sure. We'd have had some glasses, of course." Keith shook his head. All the light fled from his face. "Uncle Joe Harrington tried that, but it didn't help any." "Uncle Joe? But Uncle Joe is—" Daniel Burton stopped short. A new look came to his eyes. Into his son's face he threw a glance of at once fearful, searching, rebellious. Then he straightened up angrily. "Nonsense, Keith! Don't get silly notions into your head," he snapped sharply. "It's nothing but a little nearsightedness, and we'll have some glasses to remedy that in no time. We'll go down to the optician's tomorrow. Meanwhile, I'll drop a note to your teacher, and you needn't go to school again till we get your glasses." Nearsightedness! Keith caught at the straw and held to it fiercely. Nearsightedness! Of course it was that, and not blindness, like Uncle Joe's at all. Didn't Dad know? Of course he did. Still, if it was nearsightedness, he ought to be able to see near too, and yet it was just as blurred. But then, of course it was nearsightedness. Dad said it was. They went to the optician's the next morning. It seemed there was an oculist too, and he had to be seen. When the lengthy and arduous examinations were concluded, Keith drew a long breath. Surely now, after all that. Just what they said Keith did not know. He knew only that he did not get any glasses, and that his father was very angry and very much put out about something, and that he kept declaring that these old idiots didn't know their business anyway, and the only thing to do was to go to Boston, where there was somebody who did know his business. They went to Boston a few days later. It was not a long journey, but Keith hailed it with delight, and was very much excited over the prospect of it. Still he did not enjoy it very well, for with his father he had to go from one doctor to another, and none of them seemed really to understand his business. That is, not well enough to satisfy his father, else why did he go to so many? And there did not seem to be anywhere any glasses that would do any good. Keith began to worry then, for fear that his father had been wrong, and that it was not nearsightedness after all. He could not forget Uncle Joe, and Uncle Joe had not been able to find any glasses that did any good. Besides, he heard his father and the doctors talking a great deal about an accident and a consequent injury to the optic nerve, and he had to answer a lot of questions about the time when he was 11 years old and ran into the big maple tree with his sled, cutting a bad gash in his forehead. But as if that, so long ago, could have anything to do with things looking blurred now. But it did have something to do with it. Several of the doctors said that, and they said it was possible that a slight operation now might arrest the disease. They would try it. Only one eye was badly affected at present. So it was arranged that Keith should stay a month with one of the doctors, letting his father go back to Hinsdale. It was not a pleasant experience, and it seemed to Keith anything but a slight operation. But at the end of the month the bandages were off, and his father had come to take him back home. The print was not quite so blurred now, though it was still far from clear, and Keith noticed that his father and the doctors had a great deal to say to each other in very low tones, and that his father's face was very grave. Then they started for home. On the journey his father talked cheerfully, even gaily, but Keith knew it was not at all deceived. For perhaps half an hour he watched his father closely. Then he spoke. "Dad, you might as well just tell me." "Tell you what?" "About those doctors. What they said." "Why, they said all sorts of things, Keith. You heard them yourself." The man spoke lightly, still cheerily. "Oh, yes, they said all sorts of things, but they didn't say anything particular before me. They always talked to you soft and low on one side. I want to know what they said." "Why, really, Keith, they—" "Dad," interposed the boy a bit tensely when his father's hesitation left the sentence unfinished, "you might as well just tell me. I know already it isn't good, or you'd have told me right away. And if it's bad, I might just as well know it now, 'cause I'll have to know it some time. Dad, what did they say? Don't worry, I can stand it. Honest I can. I've got to stand it. Besides, I've been expecting it ever so long." "Keith, you're going to be blind. I wish you'd say it right out like that, if you've got to say it." But the man shuddered and gave a low cry. "No, no, Keith, never. I'll not say it. You're not going to be blind." "But didn't they say I was?" "They said it might be. They couldn't tell yet." The man wet his lips and cleared his throat huskily. "They said it would be some time yet before they could tell for sure, and even then, if it came, there might be another operation that— But for now, Keith, we've got to wait, that's all. I've got some drops, and there are certain things you'll have to do each day. You can't go to school, and you can't read, of course, but there are lots of things you can do. And there are lots of things we can do together. You'll see it. And it's coming out all right. It's bound to come out all right." "Yes, sir." Keith said the two words, then shut his lips tight. Keith could not trust himself to talk much just then. Babies and girls cried, of course, but men and boys who were almost men, they did not cry. For a long minute he said nothing. Then, with his chin held high and his breath sternly under control, he said, "Of course, Dad, if I do get blind, you won't expect me to be Jerry and Ned and you all in a bunch then, will you?" This time it was Dad who could not speak, except with the strong right arm that clasped with a pressure that hurt. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Ashley Jane. Chapter 5 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 5. Waiting. Not for some days after his return from Boston did Keith venture out upon the street. He knew then at once that the whole town had heard all about his trip to Boston and what the doctors had said. He tried not to see the curious glances cast in his direction. He tried not to care that the youngest McGuire children stood at their gate and whispered, with fingers plainly pointing toward himself. He did not go near the schoolhouse, and he stayed at the post office until he felt sure all the scholars must have reached home. Then, just as the corner of his own street, he met Mazie Sanborn and Dorothy Parkman face to face. He would have passed quickly, with the briefest sort of recognition, but Mazie stopped him short. "Keith! Oh, Keith! It isn't true, is it?" she cried breathlessly. "You aren't going to be blind?" "Mazie, how could you?" cried Dorothy sharply, and because she shuddered and half turned away, Keith saw only the shudder and the turning away, and did not realize that it was rebuke and remonstrance and not aversion that Dorothy was expressing so forcibly. "Say, Keith, I'm awfully sorry, and so's Dorothy. Why, she hasn't talked about a thing hardly but that since she heard it." "Mazie, I have too," protested Dorothy sharply. "Well, anyway, it was she who insisted on coming round this way to-day," teased Mazie wickedly. "And when I'm going home, whether you are or not," cut in Miss Dorothy with dignity, and with a low chuckle Mazie tossed a good-bye to Keith and followed her lead. Keith, his chin aggressively high, strode in the opposite direction. "I suppose she wanted to see how really bad I did look," he was muttering fiercely under his breath. "Well, she needn't worry. If I do get blind, I'll take good care she doesn't have to look at me, nor Mazie, nor any of the rest of them." Keith went out on the street very little after that, and especially he kept away from it after school hours. They were not easy, those winter days. The snow lay deep in the woods, and it was too cold for long walks. He could not read, nor paint, nor draw, nor use his eyes about anything that tired them. But he was by no means idle. He had found now the boy to do the reading, his father. For hours every day they studied together, Keith memorizing, where it was necessary, what his father read, always discussing and working out the problems together. That he could not paint or draw was a great cost to his father, he knew. Keith noticed, too, and noticed it with a growing heartache, that nothing was ever said now about him being Jerry and Ned and Dad himself all in a bunch. And he understood, of course, that if he was going blind, he could not be Jerry but Keith was honestly trying not to think about that, and he welcomed most heartily anything or anybody that helped him toward that end. Now there was Susan. Not once had Susan ever spoken to him of his eyes, whether he could or could not see, but Susan knew about it. He was sure of that. First he suspected it when he found her, the next day after his return from Boston, crying in the pantry. Susan crying! Keith stood in the doorway and stared unbelievingly. He had not supposed that Susan could cry. "Why, Susan," he gasped, "what is the matter?" He never forgot the look on Susan's face as she sprang toward him, or the quick cry she gave, "Oh, Keith, my boy, my boy!" Then instantly she straightened back, caught up a knife, and began to peel an onion from a pan on the shelf before her. "Crying? Nonsense!" she snapped quaveringly. "Can't a body peel a pan of onions without being accused of crying? About something? Shucks! What would I be crying for, anyway, to be sure? Some things need a knife, and some things need a pill, and some things jest a laugh make a cure. But jest you bet your life you may cry jest fit to kill, and never cure nothin', that is sure. That's what I always say when I see folks cryin', and it's so, too. Here, Keith, want a cookie? And take a jam tart, too. I made 'em this morning, specially for you." With which astounding procedure, for her, Susan pushed a plate of cookies and tarts toward him, then picked up another pan of onions and hurried to the kitchen. Once again Keith stared. Cookies and jam tarts, and made for him! If anything, this was even more incomprehensible than were the tears in Susan's eyes. Then suddenly the suspicion came to him. Susan knew, and this was her way. The suspicion did not become a certainty, however, until 2 days later. Then he overheard Susan and Mrs. McGuire talking in the kitchen. He slipped into the pantry to look for another of those cookies made for him, when he heard Mrs. McGuire burst into the kitchen and accost Susan agitatedly, and her first words were such that he could not bring himself to step out into view. "Susan," she had cried, "it ain't true, is it? Is it true that Keith Burton is going blind? My John says—" "Shh! You don't have to shout it out like that, do you?" demanded Susan crossly, yet in a voice that was far from steady. "Besides, that's a very extravagated statement." "You mean exaggerated, I suppose," retorted Mrs. McGuire impatiently. "Well, I'm sure I'm glad if it is, of course. But can't you tell me anything about it? Or don't you know?" Keith knew, though he could not see her, just how Susan was drawing herself up to her full height. "I guess I know all there is to know, Miss McGuire," she said, then coldly, "but there ain't anybody knows anything. We're just waiting to see." Her voice had grown unsteady again. "You mean he may be blind later?" "Yes." "Oh, the poor boy. Ain't that terrible? How can they stand it?" "I notice there are things in this world that have to be stood. And when they have to be stood, they might as well be stood and done with it." "Yes, I suppose so," sighed Mrs. McGuire. Then, after a pause, "What is it that's making him blind?" "I don't know. They ain't saying. I thought maybe 'twas a catamount, but they say it ain't that." "But when is it liable to come?" "Come? How do I know? How does anybody know?" snapped Susan tartly. "Look a here, Miss McGuire, you must excuse me from discoursing particulars. We don't talk 'em here, none of us don't." "Well, you needn't be so short about it, Susan Betts. I'm only trying to show a little sympathy. You don't seem to realize at all what a dreadful thing this is. My John says—" "Don't I? Don't I?" Susan's voice shook with emotion. "Don't you suppose that I know what it would be with the sun put out and the moon and the stars, and never a thing to look at but black darkness all the rest of your life? Never to be able to see the blue sky or your father's face, or— But talking about it don't help any. Look a here, if something awful was going to happen to you, would you want folks to be talking to you all the time about it? No, I guess you wouldn't. And so we don't talk here. We're just waiting. It may come in a year, may come sooner or later. It may not come at all, and while we are waiting, there ain't nothing we can do except to do everything the doctors tell us, and hope 'twon't ever come." Even Mrs. McGuire could have no further doubt about Susan's caring. No one who heard Susan's voice then could have doubted it. Mrs. McGuire for a moment made no answer. Then, with an inarticulate something that might have passed for almost any sort of comment, she rose to her feet and left the house. In the pantry, Keith, the cookies long since forgotten, shamelessly listened at the door and held his breath, to see which way Susan's footsteps led. Then, when he knew that the kitchen was empty, slipped out, still cookieless, and hurried upstairs to his own room. Keith understood after that why Susan did not talk to him about his eyes, and because he knew she would not talk, he felt at ease and at peace with her. It was not so with others. With others, except with his father, he never knew when a dreaded question or a hated comment was to be made, and so he came to avoid those others more and more. At the first signs of spring, and long before the snow was off the ground, Keith took to the woods. When his father did not care to go, he went alone. It was as if he wanted to fill his inner consciousness with the sights and sounds of his beloved out of doors, so that when his outer eyes were darkened, his inner eyes might still hold the picture. Keith did not say this even to himself, but when every day Susan questioned him minutely as to what he had seen, and begged him to describe every budding tree and every sunset, he wondered, was it possible that Susan too was trying to fill that inner consciousness with visions? Keith was thrown a good deal with Susan these days. Sometimes it seemed as if there were almost no one but Susan. Certainly all those others who talked and questioned, he did not want to be with them. And his father, sometimes it seemed to Keith that his father did not like to be with him as well as he used to. And of course, if he was going to be blind, Dad never had liked disagreeable subjects. Had he become a disagreeable subject? And so there seemed, indeed, at times, no one but Susan. Susan, however, was a host in herself. Susan was never cross now, and almost always she had a cookie or a jam tart for him. She told lots of funny stories, and there were always her rhymes and jingles. She had a new one every day, sometimes 2 or 3 a day. There was no subject too big or too little for Susan to put into rhyme. Susan said that something inside of her was a gushing siphon of poems, anyway, and she just had to get them out of her system. And she told Keith that spring always made the siphon gush worse than ever for some reason. She did not know why. Keith suspected that she said this by way of an excuse for repeating so many of her verses to him just now. But Keith was not deceived. He had not forgotten what Susan had said to Mrs. McGuire in the kitchen that day, and he knew very well that all his especial attention to him was only Susan's way of trying to help him wait. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Ashley Jane.
Chapter 6 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 6. Lights Out. And so Keith waited, through the summer and into another winter, and April came. Keith was not listening to Susan's rhymes and jingles now, nor was he tramping through the woods in search of the first sign of spring. Both eyes had become badly affected now. Keith knew that, and the fog had come. Keith had seen the fog for several days before he knew what it was. He had supposed it to be really fog. Then one day he said to Susan, "Where's the sun? We haven't had any bright sun for days and days, just this horrid old foggy fog." "Fog? Why, there ain't any fog," exclaimed Susan. "The sun is as bright—" She stopped short. Keith could not see her face very clearly. Keith was not seeing anything clearly these days. "Nonsense, Keith, of course the sun is shining," snapped Susan. "Now don't get silly notions in your head." Then she turned and hurried from the room. And Keith knew, and he knew that Susan knew. Keith did not mention the fog to his father. Dad did not like disagreeable subjects, but somebody must have mentioned it, Susan perhaps. At all events, before the week was out, Keith went with his father again to Boston. It was a sorry journey. Keith did not need to go to Boston. Keith knew now. There was no one who could tell him anything. Dad might laugh and joke and call attention to everything amusing that he wanted to. It would make no difference. Besides, as if he could not hear the shake in Dad's voice under all the fun, and as if he could not feel the tremble in Dad's hand on his shoulder. Boston was the same dreary round of testing, talk, and questions, hushed voices and furtive glances, hurried trips from place to place, only this time it was all sharper, shorter, more decisive, and there was no operation. It was not the time for that now, the doctor said. Moreover, this time Dad did not laugh or joke or even talk on the homeward journey. But that, too, made no difference. Keith already knew. He knew so well that he did not question him at all. But if he had not known, he would have known from Susan the next day, for he found Susan crying 3 times the next forenoon, and each time she snapped out so short and sharp about something so entirely foreign from what he asked her that he would have known that Susan knew. Keith did not wonder how many months it would be. Some way he had an idea it would be very few now. As long as it was coming, he wished it would come, and come quick. This waiting business. On the whole, he was glad that Susan was cross, and that his father spent his days shut away in his own room with orders that he was not to be disturbed. For, as for talking about this thing, it was toward the last of July that Keith discovered how indistinct were growing the outlines of the big pictures on the wall at the end of the hall. Day by day he had to walk nearer and nearer before he could see them at all. He wondered just how many steps would bring him to the wall itself. He was tempted once to count them, but he could not bring himself to do that. So he knew then that in his heart he did not want to know just how many days it would be before. But there came a day when he was but 2 steps away. He told himself it would be in 2 days then, but it did not come in 2 days. It did not come in a week. Then, very suddenly, it came. He woke up one morning to find it quite dark. For a minute he thought it was dark. Then the clock struck 7, and it was August. Something within Keith seemed to snap then. The long pent strain of months gave way. With one agonized cry of, "Dad, it's come! It's come!" he sprang from his bed, then stood motionless in the middle of the room, his arms outstretched. But when his father and Susan reached the room, he had fallen to the floor in a dead faint. It was some weeks before Keith stood upright on his feet again. His illness was a long and serious one. Late in September, Mrs. McGuire, hanging out her clothes, accosted Susan over the backyard fence. "I heard down at the store last night that Keith Burton was going to get well." "Of course he's going to get well," retorted Susan with emphasis. "I knew he was all the time. All the same, I think it's a pity he is." Mrs. McGuire's lips came together a bit firmly. "He's stone blind, I hear, and my John says—" "Well, what if he is?" demanded Susan almost fiercely. "You wouldn't kill the child, would you? Besides, seeing is only one of his facilities. He's got all the rest left. I reckon he'll show you he can do something with him." Mrs. McGuire shook her head mournfully. "Poor boy, poor boy. How's he feel himself? Has he got his real senses yet?" "He's just beginning to." The harshness in Susan's voice betrayed her difficulty in controlling it. "Up to now he ain't sensed anything much. Of course, part of the time he ain't known anything, just lay there in a stupid. Then other times he's just moaned of the dark, always the dark. At first, when he talked, seemed to be walking through the woods, and he'd tell all about what he saw, the purple sunsets and dancing leaves, and the merry little brooks hurrying down the hillside, till you could just see the place he was talking about. But now he's coming to full conscientiousness, the doctor says, and he don't talk of anything only the dark, and pretty quick he'll know." "And yet you want that poor child to live, Susan Betts?" "Of course I want him to live. But what can he do?" "Do? There ain't nothing he can't do. Why, Miss McGuire, listen, I've been reading up. First I felt as you do, a little. I didn't want him to live. Then I heard of somebody who was blind, and what he did, he wrote a great book. I've forgotten its name, but it was something about paradise, and he was in prison, too. Think of writing about paradise when you're shut up in jail, and blind at that. Well, I made up my mind if that man could see paradise through them prison bars with his poor blind eyes, then Keith could. And I was going to have him do it, too. And so I went down to the library and asked Miss Hemingway for a book about him, and I read it. And then she told me about more and more folks that was blind and what they had done, and I read about them, too." "Well, gracious me, Susan Betts, if you ain't the limit," commented Mrs. McGuire, half admiringly, half disapprovingly. "Well, I did. And, why, Miss McGuire, you hain't any inception of an idea of what those men and women and, yes, children did. Why, one of 'em wasn't only blind, but deaf and dumb, too. She was a girl, and now she writes books and give lecturings and, everything. Maybe, I ain't saying they don't, but I guess somebody else has got to do a part of it. Look at Keith right here now. How are you going to take care of him when he gets up and begins to walk around? Why, he can't see to walk or feed himself or anything. Has the nurse gone?" Susan shook her head. Her lips came together grimly. "No, goes next week, though. Land's sake, but I hope that woman is expulsive enough. Them entrained nurses always cost a lot, I guess. But we've just had to have her while he was so sick. But she's going next week." "But what are you going to do? You can't tag him around all day and do your other work, too. Of course, there's his father." "His father? Good heavens, woman! I wonder if you think I trust that boy to his father," demanded Susan indignantly. "Why, once let him get his nose into that paint box, and he don't know anything, not anything. Why, I wouldn't trust him with the baby rabbit, if I cared for the rabbit. Besides, he don't like to be with Keith, nor see him, nor think of him. He feels so bad." "Humph! Well, if he does feel bad, I don't think that's a very nice way to show it. Not think of him, indeed. Well, I guess he'll find someone has got to think of him now. But there, that's what you might expect of Daniel Burton, I suppose, mooning all day over those silly pictures of his. As my John says—" "They're not silly pictures," cut in Susan, flaring into instant wrath. "He has to paint pictures in order to get money to live, don't he? Well, then let him paint. He's an artist, an extinguished artist, not just a common storekeeper." Mr. McGuire, it might be mentioned in passing, kept a grocery store. "And if you're artistical, you're different from other folks. You have to be." "Nonsense, Susan, that's all bosh, and you know it. What if he does paint pictures? That hain't ought to hinder him from taking proper care of his own son, had it? Yes, if he's blind. Susan spoke with firmness and decision. You don't seem to understand at all, Miss McGuire. Mr. Burton is an artist. Artists like flowers and sunsets and clouds and brooks. They don't like disagreeable things. They don't want to see 'em or think about 'em. I know it's that way with Mr. Burton. Before, when Keith was all right, he couldn't bear him out of his sight, and he was going to have him do such big, fine, splendid things when he grew up. Now, since he's blind, he can't bear him in his sight. He feels that bad. He just won't be with him if he can help it. But he ain't forgetting him. He's thinking of him all the time, I know, and it's telling on him. He's looking thin and bad and sick. You see, he's so disappointed when he'd counted on such big things for that boy. Well, I'll risk him. It's Keith I'm worrying about. Who is going to take care of him? Susan Betts frowned. Well, I could, I think, but there's a sister of Mr. Burton's. She's coming. Not Nettie Colebrook. Yes, Miss Colebrook, that's her name. She's a widow and hain't got anything needin' her. She wrote and offered, and Mr. Burton said yes, if she'd be so kind. And she's coming. When? Next week, the day the nurse goes. Why, what makes you look so queer? Do you know Miss Colebrook? No, Nettie Burton Colebrook? Well, I should say I did. I went to boarding school with her. Susan threw a sharp glance into Mrs. McGuire's face. Susan looked as if she wanted to ask another question, but she did not ask it. She grunted again, and turned back to the sheet she was hanging on the line. There was a brief pause. Then Mrs. McGuire commented dryly, I notice you ain't doing no rhyming today, Susan. Ain't I? Well, perhaps I ain't. Some way they don't come out now so natural and easy like. What's the matter? Ain't the machine working? Susan shook her head. Then she drew a long sigh. Picking up her empty basket, she looked at it somberly. Not the way it did before. Some way there don't seem anything inside of me now, only dirges and funeral marches. Everywhere, all day, everything I do and everywhere I go, I just hear, Keith's blind, till it seems as if I just can't bear it. With something very like a sob, Susan turned and hurried into the house. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Lee. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 7. Susan to the rescue. It was when the nurse was resting, and Susan was with Keith, that the boy came to a full, realizing sense of himself. On his lips the time-worn question asked by countless other minds back from that mysterious land of delirium. Where am I? Susan sprang to her feet, then dropped on her knees at the bedside. In your own bed, honey. Is that Susan? No wonder he asked the question. Whenever before had Susan talked like that? Sure, it's Susan. But I can't see you or anything. Oh! With a shudder and a quivering cry, the boy flung out his hands, then covered his eyes with them. I know now, I know. It's come. It's come. I am blind. There, honey, don't. Please don't. You'll break Susan's heart. And you're so much better now. Better? Yes. You've been sick. Very sick. How long? Oh, several weeks. It's October now. And I've been blind all that time? Yes. But I haven't known I was blind. No. I want to go back. I want to go back where I didn't know again. Nonsense, Keith. Susan was beginning to talk more like herself. Go back to be sick? Of course you don't want to go back and be sick. Listen. Don't you worry and don't you fret. Somethin' better is comin' yet. Somethin' fine, what'll you bet? It's just the thing you're wantin' ter get. Come, we're going to have you up and out in no time now, boy. I don't want to be up and out. I'm blind, Susan. And there's your dad. He'll be mighty glad to know you're better. I'll call him. No, Susan, don't. Don't call him. He won't want to see me. Nobody will want to see me now. I'm blind, Susan, blind. Shucks, everybody will want to see you, so's to see how splendid you are, even if you are blind. Now don't talk any more, please don't, there's a good boy. You're getting yourself all worked up, and then, oh my, how that nurse will scold. I shan't be splendid, moaned the boy. I shan't be anything now. I shan't be Jerry or Ned or Dad. I shall be just me. And I'll be pointed at everywhere, and they'll whisper and look and stare and say, he's blind, he's blind, he's blind. I tell you, Susan, I can't stand it. I can't. I can't. I want to go back. I want to go back to where I didn't know. The nurse came in then, and of course Susan was banished in disgrace. Of course, too, Keith was almost in hysterics, and his fever had gone away up again. He still talked in a high, shrill voice, and still thrashed his arms wildly about, till the little white powder the nurse gave him got in its blessed work. And then he slept. Keith was entirely conscious the next day when Susan came in to sit with him while the nurse took her rest. But it was a very different Keith. It was a weary, spent, nerveless Keith that lay back on the pillow with scarcely so much as the flutter of an eyelid to show life. "Is there anything I can get you, Keith?" she asked, when a long-drawn sigh convinced her that he was awake. Only a faint shake of the head answered her. "The doctor says you're lots better, Keith." There was no sort of reply to this, and for another long minute Susan sat tense and motionless, watching the boy's face. Then, with almost a guilty look over her shoulder, she stammered, "Keith, I don't want you to talk to me, but I do wish you'd just speak to me." But Keith only shook his head again faintly and turned his face away to the wall. By and by the nurse came in, and Susan left the room. She went straight to the kitchen, and she did not so much as look toward Keith's father, whom she met in the hall. In the kitchen Susan caught up a cloth and vigorously began to polish a brass faucet. The faucet was already a marvel of brightness, but perhaps Susan could not see that. One cannot always see clearly through tears. Keith was like this every day after that, when Susan came in to sit with him, silent, listless, seemingly devoid of life. Yet the doctor declared that physically the boy was practically well, and the nurse was going at the end of the week. On the last day of the nurse's stay, Susan accosted her in the hall somewhat abruptly. "Is it true that by and by there could be an operator on that boy's eyes?" Operation. Yes, there might be, if he could only get strong enough to stand it, but it might not be successful even then. But there's a chance. Yes, there's a chance. I suppose it would be mighty expulsive, though." "Expulsive?" The young woman frowned slightly, then suddenly she smiled. Oh, yes. I'm afraid it would cost a good deal of money." She nodded over her shoulder as she went on into Keith's room. That evening Susan sought her employer in the studio. Daniel Burton spent all his waking hours in the studio now. The woods and fields were nothing but a barren desert of loneliness to Daniel Burton without Keith. The very poise of Susan's head spelt aggressive determination as she entered the studio, and Daniel Burton shifted uneasily in his chair as he faced her. Nor did he fail to note that she carried some folded papers in her hand. Yes, Susan, I know. Those bills are due and past due," he cried nervously, before Susan could speak. "And I hoped to have the money, both for them and for your wages, long before this, but—" Susan stopped him short with an imperative gesture. "'Tain't bills, Mr. Burton, and ain't wages. It's somethin' else, somethin' very importune." There was a subdued excitement in Susan's face and manner that was puzzling, yet most promising. Unconsciously Daniel Burton sat a little straighter and lifted his chin, though his eyes were smiling. "Something else?" "Yes. It's poetry." "Oh, Susan!" It was as if a bubble had been pricked, leaving nothing but empty air. "But you don't know, you don't understand yet," pleaded Susan, unerringly reading the disappointment in her employer's face. "It's to sell, to get some money, you know, for the operator on the poor lamb's eyes. I wanted to help, some way, and this is real poetry, truly it is, not the immaculate kind that I just dash off. I've worked and worked over this, and I'm just sure it'll sell. It's got to sell, Mr. Burton. We've just got to have that money. And now I want to read 'em to you. Can't I, please?" And this from Susan, this palpitating, pleading please! Daniel Burton, with a helpless gesture that expressed embarrassment, dismay, bewilderment, and resignation, threw up both hands and settled back in his chair. "Why, of course, Susan, read them," he muttered as clearly as he could, considering the tightness that had come into his throat. And Susan read this: Spring. O gentle spring, I love thy rills, I love thy wooden rocky rills, I love thy budsome beauty, but oh, I hate o'er anything thy mud and slush, O gentle spring, when rubbers are a duty. That's the shortest. The other is longer, explained Susan, still the extraordinary palpitating Susan, with the shining, pleading eyes. Yes, go on. Daniel Burton had to clear his throat before he could say even those two short words. I called this Them Things That Plague, said Susan, and it's really true, too. Don't you know? Things do plague worse nights when you can't sleep, and you get to thinkin' and thinkin'. Well, that's what made me write this. And she began to read. Them Things That Plague. They come at night, them things that plague, and gather round my bed. They cluster thick about the foot, and lean on top the head. They like the dark, them things that plague, for then they can be great. They loom like doom from out the gloom, and shriek, I am your fate. But, after all, them things that plague are cowards, say not you? To strike a man when he is down, and in the darkness, too. For if you'll watch them things that plague, till comin' of the dawn, you'll find when once you're on your feet, them things that plague are gone. There, ain't that true, every word of it? She demanded. And there ain't hardly any poem license in it, too. I think there are ways lots better when there ain't. But sometimes, of course, you just have to use it. There, and now I've read 'em both to you. And how much do you suppose I can get for 'em, the two of them, either singly or doubly? Susan was still breathless, still shining-eyed, a strange, exotic Susan that Daniel Burton had never seen before. I've heard that writers, some writers, get lots of money, Mr. Burton, and I can write more, lots more. Why, when I get to going they just come autocratically, poems do, without any thinking at all. But how much do you think I ought to get? Get? Good heavens, woman! Daniel Burton was on his feet now, trying to shake off the conflicting emotions that were all but paralyzing him. Why, you can't get anything for those Just in time he pulled himself up. At that moment, too, he saw Susan's face. He sat down limply. Susan. He cleared his throat and began again. He tried to speak clearly, judiciously, kindly. Susan, I'm afraid, that is, I'm not sure. Oh, hang it all, woman. He was on his feet now. Send them if you want to, but don't blame me for the consequences. And with a gesture, as if flinging the whole thing far from him, he turned his back and walked away. You mean, you don't think I can get hardly anything for 'em? An extraordinarily meek, fearful Susan asked the question. Only a shrug of the back-turned shoulders answered her. But, Mr. Burton, we've got to have the money for that operator, and anyhow, I mean to try. With a quick indrawing of her breath, she turned abruptly and left the studio. That evening in her own room, Susan pored over the two inexpensive magazines that came to the house. She was searching for poems and for addresses. As she worked, she began to look more cheerful. Both the magazines published poems, and if they published one poem, they would another, of course, especially if the poem were a better one, and Susan could not help feeling that they were better, those poems of hers, than almost any she saw there in print before her. There was some sense to her poems, while those others, why, some of them didn't mean anything, not anything, and they didn't even rhyme. With real hope and courage, therefore, Susan laboriously copied off the addresses of the two magazines, directed 2 envelopes, and set herself to writing the first of her 2 letters. That done, she copied the letter word for word, except for the title of the poem submitted. It was a long letter. Susan told first of Keith and his misfortune, and the imperative need of money for the operation. Then she told something of herself, and of her habit of turning everything into rhyme, for she felt it due to them, she said, that they know something of the person with whom they were dealing. She touched again on the poverty of the household, and let it plainly be seen that she had high hopes of the money these poems were going to bring. She did not set a price. She would leave that to their own indiscretion, she said in closing. It was midnight before Susan had copied this letter and prepared the 2 manuscripts for mailing. Then, tired but happy, she went to bed. It was the next day that the nurse went, and that Mrs. Colebrook came. The doctor said that Keith might be dressed now any day, that he should be dressed, in fact, and begin to take some exercise. He had already sat up in a chair every day for a week, and he was in no further need of medicine, except a tonic to build him up. In fact, all efforts now should be turned toward building him up, the doctor said. That was what he needed. All this the nurse mentioned to Mr. Burton and to Susan as she was leaving. She went away at 2:00, and Mrs. Colebrook was not to come until 5:30. At 2:01, Susan crept to the door of Keith's room and pushed it open softly. The boy, his face to the wall, lay motionless, but he was not asleep. Susan knew that, for she had heard his voice not 5 minutes before, bidding the nurse good-bye. For one brief moment Susan hesitated. Then, briskly, she stepped into the room with a cheery, "Well, Keith, here we are, just ourselves together. The nurse is gone, and I am on. How do you like the weather?" "Yes, I know. She said she was going." The boy spoke listlessly, wearily, without turning his head. "What do you say to gettin' up?" Keith stirred restlessly. "I was up this morning." "Oh!" Susan tossed her head disdainfully. "I don't mean that way. I mean up, really up, with your clothes on." The boy shook his head again. "I couldn't. I'm too tired." "Nonsense! A great boy like you being too tired to get up! Why, Keith, it'll do you good. You'll feel lots better when you're up and dressed like folks again." The boy gave a sudden cry. "That's just it, Susan. Don't you see? I'll never be like folks again." "Nonsense! Just as if a little thing like being blind was going to keep you from being like folks again." Susan was speaking very loudly, very cheerfully, though with first one hand, then the other, she was brushing away the hot tears that were rolling down her cheeks. "Why, Keith, you're going to be better than folks. Just common folks. You're going to do the most wonderful things that—" "But I can't. I'm blind, I tell you," cut in the boy. "I can't do anything now." "But you can, and you're going to," insisted Susan again. "You just wait till I tell you. And it's because you are blind that it's going to be so wonderful. But you can't do it just lying in bed there in that lazy fashion. Come, I'm going to get your clothes and put 'em right on this chair here by the bed. Then I'm going to give you 20 minutes to get into 'em. I shan't give you but 15 tomorrow." Susan was moving swiftly around the room now, opening closet doors and bureau drawers. "No, no, Susan, I can't get up," moaned the boy, turning his face back to the wall. "I can't. I can't." "Yes, you can. Now listen. They're all here, everything you need, on these 2 chairs by the bed." "But how can I dress me when I can't see a thing?" "You can feel, can't you?" "Yes, but feeling isn't seeing." "You don't know." Susan gave a sudden laugh. She would have told you it was a laugh, but it sounded more like a sob. "But I do know, and that's the funny part of it, Keith," she cried. "Listen. What do you suppose your poor old Susan's been doing? You'd never guess in a million years, so I'm going to tell you. For the last 3 mornin's she's tied up her eyes with a handkerchief and then dressed herself, just to make sure it could be done, you know." "Susan, did you? Really?" For the first time a faint trace of interest came into the boy's face. "Sure I did. And, Keith, it was great fun, really, just to see how smart I could be doing it, and I timed myself, too. It took me 25 minutes the first time. Dear, dear, but I was clumsy. But I can do it lots quicker now, though I don't believe I'll ever do it as quick as you will." "Do you think I could do it, really?" "I know you could." "I could try," faltered Keith dubiously. "You ain't going to try, you're going to do it," declared Susan. "Now listen. I'm going out, but in just 20 minutes I'm comin' back, and I shall expect to find you all dressed. I shall be ashamed of you if you ain't." And without another glance at the boy, and before he could possibly protest, Susan hurried from the room. Her head was still high, and her voice still determinedly clear, but in the hall outside the bedroom Susan burst into such a storm of sobs that she had to hurry to the kitchen and shut herself in the pantry lest they be heard. Later, when she had scornfully lashed herself into calmness, she came out into the kitchen and looked at the clock. "And I've been in there 5 minutes, I'll bet ye, over that fool cryin'," she stormed hotly to herself. "Great one I am to take care of that boy, if I can't control myself better than this." At the end of what she deemed to be 20 minutes, and after a fruitless puttering about the kitchen, Susan marched determinedly upstairs to Keith's room. At the door she did hesitate a breathless minute. Then, resolutely, she pushed it open. The boy, fully dressed, stood by the bed. His face was alight, almost eager. "I did it, Susan, and if it hasn't been more than 20 minutes, I did it sooner than you." Susan tried to speak, but the tears were again chasing each other down her cheeks, and her face was working with emotion. "Susan!" The boy put out his hand gropingly, turning his head with the pitiful uncertainty of the blind. "Susan, you are there, aren't you?" Susan caught her breath chokingly and strode into the room with a brisk clatter. "Here? Sure I'm here, but so dumb with amazement and admiration that I couldn't open my head. To see you standin' there all dressed like that. What did I tell you? I knew you could do it. Now come, let's go see Dad." She was at his side now, her arm linked into his. But the boy drew back. "No, no, Susan, not there. He wouldn't like it. Truly, he doesn't want to see me. You know he doesn't like to see disagreeable things." "Disagreeable things, indeed!" exploded Susan, her features working again. "Well, I guess if he calls it disagreeable to see his son dressed up and walkin' around—" But Keith interrupted her once more with an even stronger protest, and Susan was forced to content herself with leading her charge out on to the broad veranda that ran across the entire front of the house. There they walked back and forth, back and forth. She was glad afterward that this was all she did, for at the far end of the veranda Daniel Burton stepped out from a door and stood for a moment watching them. But it was for only a moment. And when she begged mutely for him to come forward and speak, he shook his head fiercely, covered his eyes with his hand, and plunged back into the house. "What was that, Susan? What was that?" demanded the boy. "Nothin', child, nothin'. Only a door shuttin' somewhere, or a window." At that moment a girl's voice caroled shrilly from the street. "Hello, Keith. How do you do? We're awfully glad to see you out again." The boy started violently, but did not turn his head, except to Susan. "Susan, I'm tired. I want to go in now," he begged a little wildly, under his breath. "Keith, it's Mazie! Mazie and Dorry!" caroled the high-pitched voice again. But Keith, with a tug so imperative that Susan had no choice but to obey, turned his head quite away as he groped for the door to go in. In the hall he drew a choking breath. "Susan, I don't want to go out there to walk any more. Not any more. I don't want to go anywhere where anybody'll see me." "Shucks!" Susan's voice was harshly unsteady again. "See you, indeed! Why, we're going to be so proud of you we'll want the whole world to see you. You just wait and see the fate that I've cut out for you. We'll be so proud we'll laugh aloud, and you'll be laughin' too. I made that up last night when I laid awake thinkin' of all the fine things we was going to have you do." But Keith only shook his head again and complained of feeling, oh, so tired. And Susan, looking at his pale, constrained face, did not quote any more poetry to him, or talk about the glorious future in store for him. She led him to the easiest chair in his room, and made him as comfortable as she could. Then she went downstairs and shut herself in the pantry until she could stop her full cryin' over nothin'. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 8. Aunt Nettie Meets Her Match. Mrs. Nettie Colebrook came at 5:30. She was a small, nervous-looking woman, with pale blue eyes and pale yellow hair. She greeted her brother with a burst of tears. "Oh, Daniel, Daniel, how can you stand it? How can you stand it?" she cried, throwing herself upon the man's somewhat unresponsive shoulder. "There, there, Nettie, control yourself, do," besought the man uncomfortably, trying to withdraw himself from the clinging arms. "But how can you stand it? Your only son, blind," wailed Mrs. Colebrook with a fresh burst of sobs. "I notice some things have to be stood," observed Susan grimly. Susan, with Mrs. Colebrook's traveling bag in her hand, was waiting with obvious impatience to escort her visitor upstairs to her room. Susan's terse comment accomplished what Daniel Burton's admonition had been quite powerless to bring about. Mrs. Colebrook stopped sobbing at once, and drew herself somewhat haughtily erect. "And pray, who is this?" she demanded, looking from one to the other. "Well, this happens to be the hired girl, and she's got some biscuits in the oven," explained Susan crisply. "If you'll be so good, ma'am, I'll show you upstairs to your room." "Daniel," appealed Mrs. Colebrook, plainly aghast. But her brother, with a helpless gesture, had turned away, and Susan, bag in hand, was already halfway up the stairs. With heightened color and a muttered "Impertinence!" Mrs. Colebrook turned and followed Susan to the floor above. A little way down the hall Susan threw open a door. "I swept, but I didn't have no time to dust," she announced as she put down the bag. "There's a duster in that little bag there. Don't lock the door. Something ails it. If you do, you'll have to go out the window down a ladder. There's towels in the top drawer, and you'll have to fill the pitcher every day, 'cause there's a crack and it leaks, and you can't put water in it only to where the crack is. Is there anything more you want?" "Thank you. If you'll kindly take me to Master Keith's room, that will be all that I require," answered Mrs. Colebrook frigidly, as she unpinned her hat and laid that on top of her coat on the bed. "All right, ma'am. He's a whole lot better. He's been up and dressed today, but he's gone back to bed now. His room is right down there, just across the hall," finished Susan, throwing wide the door. There was a choking cry, a swift rush of feet, then Mrs. Colebrook, on her knees, was sobbing at the bedside. "Oh, Keithie, Keithie, my poor blind boy! What will you do? How will you ever live? Never to see again, never to see again! Oh, my poor boy, my poor blind boy!" Susan, at the door, flung both hands above her head, then plunged down the stairs. "Fool, fool, fool!" she snarled at the biscuits in the oven. "Don't you know anything?" Yet the biscuits in the oven were puffing up and browning beautifully, as the best of biscuits should. When Susan's strident call for supper rang through the hall, Mrs. Colebrook was with her brother in the studio. She had been bemoaning and bewailing the cruel fate that had overtaken "that dear boy," and had just asked for the 7th time how he could stand it, when from the hall below came, "Supper's ready, supper's ready. Hurry up or you'll be late. Then you'll be sure cross and heady if there's nothin' left to ate." "Daniel, what in the world is the meaning of that?" she interrupted sharply. "That? Oh, that is Susan's, supper bell," shrugged the man, with a little uneasy gesture. "You mean that you've heard it before? That is her usual method of summoning you to your meals?" Yes, when she's good-natured," returned the man, with a still more uneasy shifting of his position. "Come, shall we go down?" "Daniel, and you stand it?" "Oh, come. You don't understand conditions here. Besides, I've tried to stop it." "Tried to stop it?" "Yes." "Oh, well, try yourself, if you think it's so easy. I give you my full and free permission. Try it."
Try it? I shan't try anything of the sort. I shall stop it.
Humph, shrugged the man. Oh, very well then. Suppose we go down. But what does that poor little blind boy eat? How can he eat anything? Why, I don't know. The man gave an irritably helpless gesture. The nurse, she used to... you'll have to ask Susan. She'll know. Susan? That impossible woman. Daniel, how do you stand her? Daniel Burton shrugged his shoulders again. Then suddenly he gave a short, grim laugh. I notice there are some things that have to be stood, he observed, so exactly in imitation of Susan that it was a pity only Mrs. Nettie Colebrook's unappreciative ears got the benefit of it. In the dining room a disapproving Susan stood by the table. I thought you was never comin'. The hash is gettin' cold. Mrs. Colebrook gasped audibly. Yes, I know, murmured Mr. Burton conciliatingly. But we're here now, Susan. What will Master Keith have for his supper? Questioned Mrs. Colebrook, lifting her chin a little. He's already had his supper, ma'am. I took it up myself. What was it? Mrs. Colebrook asked the question haughtily, imperiously. Susan's eyes grew cold like steel. It was what he asked for, ma'am, and he ate it. Do you want your tea strong or weak, ma'am? Mrs. Colebrook bit her lip. I'll not take any tea at all, she said coldly. And Susan? Yes, ma'am. Susan turned, her hand on the doorknob. Hereafter I will take up Master Keith's meals myself. He is in my charge now. There was no reply, in words, but the dining-room door after Susan shut with a sharp, crisp snap. After supper, Mrs. Colebrook went out into the kitchen. You may prepare oatmeal and dry toast and a glass of milk for Master Keith tomorrow morning, Susan. I will take them up myself. He won't eat 'em. He don't like 'em. Not none of them things. I think he will if I tell him to. At all events, they are what he should eat. And you may prepare them as I said. Very well, ma'am. Susan's lips came together in a thin white line, and Mrs. Colebrook left the kitchen. Keith did not eat his toast and oatmeal the next morning, though his aunt sat on the edge of the bed, called him her poor, afflicted darling boy, and attempted to feed him herself with a spoon. Keith turned his face to the wall and said he didn't want any breakfast, whereupon his aunt sighed and stroked his head, and Keith hated to have his head stroked, as Susan could have told her. Of course you don't want any breakfast, you poor sightless lamb, she moaned, and I don't blame you. Oh, Keithie, Keithie, when I see you lying there like that, with your poor useless eyes. But you must eat, dear, you must eat. Now come, just a weeny-teeny mouthful to please Auntie. But Keith turned his face even more determinately to the wall and moved his limbs under the bedclothes in a motion very much like a kick. He would have nothing whatever to do with the weeny-teeny mouthfuls, not even to please Auntie. And after a vain attempt to remove his tortured head entirely away from those gently stroking fingers, he said he guessed he would get up and be dressed. Oh, Keithie, are you well enough, dear? Are you sure you're strong enough? I'm sure you must be ill this morning. You haven't eaten a bit of breakfast. And if anything should happen to you when you were in my care— Of course I'm well enough, insisted the boy irritably. Then I'll get your clothes, dear, and help you dress, if you will be careful not to overdo. I don't want any help. Why, Keithie, you'll have to have someone help you. How do you suppose your poor blind eyes are going to let you dress yourself all alone, when you can't see a thing? Why, dear child, you'll have to have help now about everything you do. Now I'll get your clothes. Where are they, dear? In this closet? I don't know. I don't want 'em. I've decided I don't want to get up after all. You are too tired, then? Yes, I'm too tired. And Keith, with another spasmodic jerk under the bedclothes, turned his face to the wall again. All right, dear, you shan't. That's the better way, I think myself, sighed his aunt. I wouldn't have you overtax yourself for the world. Now, isn't there anything I can do for you? And Keith said no, not a thing, not a single thing, and his face was still to the wall. Then if you're all right, absolutely all right, I'll go out to walk and get a little fresh air. Now don't move. Don't stir. Try to go to sleep if you can, and if you want anything, just ring. I'll put this little bell right by your hand on the bed. And you must ring if you want anything. Anything. Then Susan will come and get it for you. There. The bell's right here. See? Oh, No, no, you can't see," she broke off suddenly with a wailing sob. "Why will I keep talking to you as if you could?" "Well, I wish you would talk to me as if I could see," stormed Keith passionately, sitting upright in the bed and flinging out his arms. "I tell you I don't want to be different. It's because I am different that I'm so—" But his aunt, aghast, interrupted him and pushed him back. "Oh, Keithie, darling, lie down. You mustn't thrash yourself around like that," she remonstrated. "Why, you'll make yourself ill. There, that's better. Now go to sleep. I'm going out before you can talk any more and get yourself all worked up again," she finished, hurrying out of the room with the breakfast tray. A little later in the kitchen she faced Susan a bit haughtily. "Master Keith is going to sleep," she said, putting down the breakfast tray. "I have left a bell within the reach of his hand, and he will call you if he wants anything. I am going out to get a little air." "All right, ma'am." Susan kept right on with the dish she was drying. "You are sure you can hear the bell?" "Oh, yes, my hearing ain't repaired in the least, ma'am." Susan turned her back and picked up another dish. Plainly, for Susan, the matter was closed. Mrs. Colebrook, after a vexed biting of her lip and a frowning glance toward Susan's substantial back, shrugged her shoulders and left the kitchen. A minute later, still hatless, she crossed the yard and entered the McGuire's side door. "Take the air, indeed," muttered Susan, watching from the kitchen window. "A whole lot of fresh air she'll get in Mis' McGuire's kitchen." With another glance to make sure that Mrs. Nettie Colebrook was safely behind the McGuire's closed door, Susan crossed the kitchen and lifted the napkin of the breakfast tray. "Huh!" she grunted angrily, surveying the almost untouched breakfast. "I thought as much. But I was ready for you, my lady. Toast and oatmeal, indeed." With another glance over her shoulder at the McGuire's side door, Susan strode to the stove and took from the oven a plate of crispy brown hash and a hot corn muffin. 2 minutes later, with a wonderfully appetizing-looking tray, she tapped at Keith's door and entered the room. "Here's your breakfast, boy," she announced cheerily. "I didn't want any breakfast," came crossly from the bed. "Of course you didn't want that breakfast," scoffed Susan airily. "But you just look and see what I've brought you." Look and see. Susan's dismayed face showed that she fully realized what she had said, and that she dreaded beyond words its effect on the blind boy in the bed. She hesitated and almost dropped the tray in her consternation, but the boy turned with a sudden eagerness that put to rout her dismay and sent a glow of dazed wonder to her face instead. "What have you got? Let me see." He was sitting up now. "Hash and Johnny cake," he crowed as she set the tray before him, and he dropped his fingers lightly on the contents of the tray. "And don't they smell good? I don't know. I guess I am hungry after all." "Of course you're hungry." Susan's voice was harsh, and she was fiercely brushing back the tears. "Now eat it quick, or I'll be sick. Just think what'll happen to Susan if that blessed aunt of yours comes and finds me feedin' you red flannel hash and Johnny cake. Now I'll be up in 10 minutes for the tray. See that you eat it up, every scrap," she admonished him as she left the room. Susan had found by experience that Keith ate much better when alone. She was not surprised, therefore, though she was very much pleased, at the sight of the empty plates awaiting her when she went up for the tray at the end of the 10 minutes. "And now, what do you say to gettin' up?" she suggested cheerily, picking up the tray from the bed and setting it on the table. "Can I dress myself?" "Of course you can. What'll you bet you won't do it in 5 minutes quicker this time, too? I'll get you your clothes." Halfway back across the room, clothes in hand, she was brought to a sudden halt by a peremptory, "What in the world is the meaning of this?" It was Mrs. Nettie Colebrook in the doorway. I'm getting Keith's clothes. He's going to get up." But Master Keith said he did not wish to get up. Changed his mind, maybe. The terseness of Susan's reply and the expression on her face showed that the emphasis on the master was not lost upon her. "Very well, then, that will do. You may go. I will help him dress." "I don't want any help," declared Keith. "Why, Keithie, darling, of course you want help. You forget, dear, you can't see now, and—" "Oh, no, I don't forget," cut in Keith bitterly. "You don't let me forget a minute. Not a minute. I don't want to get up now anyhow. What's the use of getting up? I can't do anything." And he fell back to his old position, with his face to the wall. There, dear. You are ill and overwrought," cried Mrs. Colebrook, hastening to the bedside. "It is just as I said. You are not fit to get up." Then to Susan sharply, "You may put Master Keith's clothes back in the closet. He will not need them today." "No, ma'am. I don't think he will need them now." Susan's eyes flashed ominously, but she hung the clothes back in the closet, picked up the tray, and left the room. Susan's eyes flashed ominously, indeed, all the rest of the morning while she was about her work, and at noon, when she gave the call to dinner, there was a curious metallic incisiveness in her voice, which made the call more strident than usual. It was when Mrs. Colebrook went into the kitchen after dinner for Keith's tray that she said coldly to Susan, "Susan, I don't like that absurd doggerel of yours." "Doggerel?" Plainly Susan was genuinely ignorant of what she meant. "Yes, that extraordinary dinner call of yours. As I said before, I don't like it." There was a moment's dead silence. The first angry flash in Susan's eyes was followed by a demure smile. "Don't you? Why, I thought it was real cute now." "Well, I don't. You'll kindly not use it any more, Susan," replied Mrs. Colebrook with dignity. Once again there was the briefest of silences. Then quietly came Susan's answer. "Oh, no, of course not, ma'am. I won't, when I work for you. There, Miss Colebrook, here's your tray all ready." And Mrs. Colebrook, without knowing exactly how it happened, found herself out in the hall with the tray in her hands. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Susan Burke, SueBurkeVoice.com. Chapter 9 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 9. Susan Speaks Her Mind. "How is Keith?" It was Monday morning, and as usual Mrs. McGuire, seeing Susan in the clothes yard, had come out, ostensibly to hang out her own clothes, in reality to visit with Susan while she was hanging out hers. "About as usual." Susan snapped out the words and a pillowcase with equal vehemence. "Is he up and dressed?" "I don't know. I hain't seen him this mornin', but it's safe to say he ain't." "But I thought he was well enough to be up and dressed right along now." "He is well enough, or rather he was." Susan snapped open another pillowcase and hung it on the line with spiteful jabs of 2 clothespins. "Why, Susan, is he worse? You didn't say he was any worse. You said he was about as usual." "Well, so he is. That's about as usual. Look-a-here, Miss McGuire," flared Susan, turning with fierce suddenness. "Wouldn't you be worse if you wasn't allowed to do as much as lift your own hand to your own head?" "Why, Susan, what do you mean? What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about Keith Burton and Miss Nettie Colebrook. I've got to talk about 'em to somebody. I'm that full I shall sunburst if I don't. She won't let him do a thing for himself. Not a thing, that woman won't. But how can he do anything for himself with his poor sightless eyes? Demanded Mrs. McGuire. I don't think I should complain, Susan Betts, because that poor boy's got somebody at last to take proper care of him. But it ain't taking proper care of him, not to let him do things for himself, stormed Susan hotly. How's he ever going to mount to anything? That's what I want to know, if he don't get a chance to begin to mount. All them fellers that was blind and wrote books and give lecturin's and made things, perfectly wonderful things with their hands. How much do you s'pose they would have done if they'd had a woman round who said, "Here, let me do it. Oh, you mustn't do that, Keithie dear," every time they lifted a hand to brush away a hair that was tickling their nose? Oh, Susan. Well, it's so. Look-a-here, listen. Susan dropped all pretense of work now and came close to the fence. She was obviously very much in earnest. That boy hain't been dressed but twice since that woman came a week ago. She won't let him dress himself alone, and now he don't want to be dressed. Says he's too tired. And she says, "Of course you're too tired, Keithie dear." And there he lies, day in and day out, with his poor sightless eyes turned to the wall. He won't eat a thing hardly, except what I snuggle up when she's out airing herself. He ain't keen on being fed with a spoon like a baby. No boy with any spunk would be. But can he feed himself? Of course he can, if he gets a chance. But that ain't all. He don't want to be told all the time that he's different from other folks. He can't forget that he's blind, of course, but he wants you to act as if you forgot it. I know. I've seen him. But she don't forget it a minute, not a minute. She's always crying and wringing her hands and sighing, "Oh, Keithie, Keithie, my poor boy, my poor blind boy," till it's enough to make a saint say, "Gosh." "Well, that's only showing sympathy, Susan," defended Mrs. McGuire. "I'm sure she ought not to be blamed for that. He don't want sympathy, or if he does, he hadn't ought to have it. Why, Susan Betts, I'm ashamed of you, grudging that poor blind boy the comfort of a little sympathy. My John said yesterday, 'Tain't sympathy he needs. Sympathy's a nice, soft little paw that pats him to sleep. What he needs is a good, sharp scratch that will make him get up and do something.'" "Susan, how can you talk like that?" "'Cause somebody's got to." Susan's voice was shaking now. Her hands were clenched so tightly on the fence pickets that the knuckles showed white with the strain. "Miss McGuire, there's a chance, maybe, that boy can see. There's something they can do to his eyes if he gets strong enough to have it done." "Really? To see again?" "Maybe. There's a chance. They ain't sure, but they can't even try till he gets well and strong. And how's he going to get well and strong lying on that bed, face to the wall? That's what I want to know." I see," nodded Mrs. McGuire soberly. Then, with a sidewise glance into Susan's face, she added, "But ain't that likely to cost some money?" "Yes, 'tis." Susan went back to her work abruptly. With stern efficiency, she shook out a heavy sheet and hung it up. Stooping, she picked up another one, but she did not shake out this. With the same curious abruptness that had characterized her movements a few moments before, she dropped the sheet back into the basket and came close to the fence again. "Miss McGuire, won't you please let me take a copy of them 2 women's magazines that you take? That is, they do print poetry, don't they?" "Why, yes, Susan, I guess they do." "Thinkin' of sendin' 'em some of yours?" The question was asked in a derision that was entirely lost on Susan. "Yes, to get some money." It was the breathless, palpitating Susan that Daniel Burton had seen a week ago, and like Daniel Burton on that occasion, Mrs. McGuire went down now in defeat before it. To get some money?" she stammered. "Yes, for Keith's eyes, you know," panted Susan. "And when I sell these, I'm going to write more, lots more. Only I've got to find a place first, of course, to sell 'em. And I did send 'em off last week. But they was jest cheap magazines, and they sent a letter all printed sayin' as how they regretted very much they couldn't accept 'em. Like enough they didn't have enough money to pay for 'em anyway. But of course they didn't say that right out in so many words. But as I said, they wasn't anything but cheap magazines anyway. That's why I want yours. Just to get the addressin's of, I mean. They're first-class magazines. And they'll pay me a good price, I'm sure. They'll have to get 'em. Why, Miss McGuire, I've got to have the money. There ain't nobody but me to get it. And you don't s'pose we're going to let that boy stay blind all his life, do you? Just for the want of a little money?" "A little money? It'll cost a lot of money, and you know it, Susan Betts," cried Mrs. McGuire, stirred into sudden speech. "And the idea of you trying to earn it writin' poetry. For that matter, the idea of your earnin' it anyway, even if you took your wages. Oh, I'd take my wages in a minute if—" Susan stopped short. Her face had grown suddenly red. "That is, I think I'd rather take the poetry money anyway," she finished lamely. But Mrs. McGuire was not to be so easily deceived. "Poetry money, indeed," she scoffed sternly. "Susan Betts, do you know what I believe? I believe you don't get any wages. I don't believe that man pays you a red cent from one week's end to the other. Now does he?" "You don't dare to answer." Susan drew herself up haughtily, but her face was still very red. "Certainly I dare to answer, Miss McGuire, but I don't care to. What Mr. Burton pays me discerns him and me, and I don't care to discourse it in public. If you'll kindly lend me them magazines I asked you for a minute ago, I'll be very much obliged, and I'll try to retaliate in the same way for you sometime, if I have anything you want." "Oh, good land, Susan Betts, if you ain't the beat of 'em!" ejaculated Mrs. McGuire. "I'd like to shake you, though you don't deserve a shaking, I'll admit. You deserve—well, never mind. I'll get the magazines right away. That's the most I can do for you, I s'pose," she flung over her shoulder as she hurried into the house. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Susan Burke. SueBurkeVoice.com. Chapter 10 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 10. And Nettie Colebrook Speaks Hers. Mrs. Colebrook had been a member of the Burton household a day less than 2 weeks when she confronted her brother in the studio with this terse statement. "Daniel, either Susan or I leave this house tomorrow morning. You can choose between us." "Nonsense, Nettie, don't be a fool," frowned the man. "You know very well that we need both you and Susan. Susan's a trial, I'll admit, in a good many ways, but I'll wager you find it more of a trial to get along without her, and to try to do her work and yours, too." "Nobody thought of getting along without somebody," returned Mrs. Colebrook with some dignity. "I merely am asking you to dismiss Susan and hire somebody else. That is, of course, if you wish me to stay. Change maids, that's all." The man made an impatient gesture. "All, indeed. Very simple, the way you put it. But see here, Nettie, this thing you ask is utterly out of the question. You don't understand matters at all." "You mean that you don't intend to dismiss Susan?" "Yes, if you will have it put that way, just that." "Very well. Since that is your decision, I shall have to govern myself accordingly, of course. I will see you in the morning to say good-bye." And she turned coldly away. "What do you mean by that?" "Why, that I am going home, of course. Since you think more of having that impossible, outrageously impertinent servant girl here than you do me." Mrs. Colebrook was nearing the door now. "Shucks! You know better than that. Come, if you're having any trouble with Susan, settle it with the girl herself, won't you? Don't come to me with it. You know how I dislike anything like this." At the door, Mrs. Colebrook turned back suddenly with aggressive determination. "Yes, I do know. You dislike anything that's disagreeable. You always have, from the time when you used to run upstairs to the attic and let us make all the explanations to Pa and Ma when something got lost or broken. But see here, Daniel Burton, you've got to pay attention to this. It's your son, and your house, and your maid. And you shall listen to me." Well, all right, go ahead," sighed the man despairingly, throwing himself back in his chair. "What is the trouble? What is it that Susan does that annoys you so?" "What does she do? What doesn't she do?" retorted Mrs. Colebrook, dropping herself wearily into a chair facing her brother. "In the first place, she's the most wretchedly impertinent creature I ever dreamed of. It's always Keith, instead of Master Keith, and I expect every day it'll be Daniel and Nettie for you and me. She shows no sort of respect or deference in her manner or language, and, well, what are you looking like that for?" she interrupted herself aggrievedly. "I was only thinking, or rather I was trying to think of Susan and deference," murmured the man dryly. "Yes, that's exactly it," Mrs. Colebrook reproved him severely. "You're laughing. You've always laughed, I suspect, at her outrageous behavior, and that's why she's so impossible in every way. Why, Daniel Burton, I've actually heard her refuse to serve you with something to eat that you've ordered." "Oh, well, what if she has? Very likely there was something we had to eat up instead, to keep it from spoiling. Susan is very economical, Nettie." "I dare say. At times, when it suits her to be so. Especially if she can assert her authority over you. Why, Daniel, she's a perfect tyrant to you, and you know it. She not only tells you what to eat, but what to wear and when to wear it. Your socks, your underclothes. Why, Daniel, she actually bosses you." Yes, well, never mind," shrugged the man a bit irritably. "We're talking about how she annoys you, not me, remember? Well, don't you suppose it annoys me to see my own brother so completely under the sway of this serving maid? And such a maid! Daniel, will you tell me where she gets those long words of hers that she mixes up so absurdly?" Daniel Burton laughed. "Susan lived with Professor Hinckley for 10 years before she came to me. The Hinkleys never used words of 1 or 2 syllables when they could find one of 5 or 6 that would do just as well. Susan loves long words." "So I should judge. And those ridiculous rhymes of hers, did she learn those also from Professor Hinckley?" queried Mrs. Colebrook. "And as for that atrocious dinner call of hers, it's a disgrace to any family, a positive disgrace." Well, why don't you stop her doing it, then?" demanded Daniel Burton, still more irritably. "Go to her, not me. Tell her not to." "I have." The tone of her voice was so fraught with meaning that the man looked up sharply. "Well?" "She said she wouldn't do it when she worked for me." Daniel Burton gave a sudden chuckle. "I can imagine just how she'd said that," he murmured appreciatively. "Daniel Burton, are you actually going to abet that girl in her wretched impertinence? demanded Mrs. Colebrook angrily. "I tell you I will not stand it. Something has got to be done. Why, she even tries to interfere with the way I take care of your son. Presumes to give me counsel and advice on the subject, if you please. Dares to criticize me. Me! Daniel Burton, I tell you I will not stand it. You must give that woman her walking papers." "Why, Daniel, I shall begin to think she has hypnotized you, that you're actually afraid of her." Was it the scorn in her voice, or was it that Daniel Burton's endurance had snapped at this last straw? Whatever it was, the man leaped to his feet, threw back his shoulders, and thrust his hands into his pockets. "Nettie, look here. Once for all let us settle this matter. I tell you I cannot dismiss Susan, and I mean what I say when I use the words cannot. I literally cannot. To begin with, she's the kindest-hearted creature in the world, and she's been devotion itself all these years since Keith and I have been alone. But even if I could set that aside, there's something else I can't overlook. I owe Susan considerable money." "You owe her money?" "Yes, her wages. She has not had them for some time. I must owe her something like $50 or $60. You see, we have had some very unusual and very heavy expenses, and I have overdrawn my annuity, borrowed on it. Susan knew this and insisted on my letting her wages go on, for the present. More than that, she has refused a better position with higher wages, I know that. The pictures I had hoped to sell." He stopped, tried to go on, failed obviously to control his voice, then turned away with a gesture more eloquent than any words could have been. Mrs. Colebrook stared, frowned, and bit her lip. Nervously she tapped her foot on the floor as she watched with annoyed eyes her brother tramping up and down the long, narrow room. Then suddenly her face cleared. "Oh, well, that's easily remedied, after all." She sprang to her feet and hurried from the room. Almost immediately she was back, a roll of bills in her hand. "There, I thought I had enough money to do it," she announced briskly as she came in. "Now, Daniel, I'll pay Susan her back wages." "Indeed you will not." The man wheeled sharply, an angry red staining his cheeks. "Oh, but Daniel, don't you see? That'll simplify everything. She'll be working for me then, and "But I tell you I won't have it," interrupted the man, then stopped short. Susan herself stood in the doorway. "I guess likely you was talkin' so loud you didn't hear me call you to dinner," she was saying. "I've called you 2 times already. If you want anything fit to eat, you better come quick. It ain't gettin' any fitter waitin'." "Susan!" Before Susan could turn away, Mrs. Colebrook detained her peremptorily. "Mr. Burton tells me that he owes you for past wages. Now—" "Nettie!" warned the man sharply. But with a blithe, "Nonsense, Daniel, let me manage this," Mrs. Colebrook turned again to Susan. The man, not unlike the little Daniel of long ago who fled to the attic, shrugged his shoulders with a gesture of utter irresponsibility, turned his back, and walked to the farther side of the room. "Susan," began Mrs. Colebrook again, still blithely, but with just a shade of haughtiness, "my brother tells me your wages are past due, that he owes you at least $50. Now I'm going to pay them for him, Susan. In fact, I'm going to pay you $60 so as to be sure to cover it. Will that be quite satisfactory?" Susan stared frankly. "You mean me? Take money from you, ma'am? To pay my back wages?" she asked. "Yes." "But—" Susan paused and threw a quick glance towards the broad back of the man at the end of the room. Then she turned resolutely to Mrs. Colebrook, her chin a little higher than usual. "Oh, no, thank you. "I ain't needin' the money, Miss Colebrook, and I'd ruther wait for Mr. Burton anyway," she finished cheerfully as she turned to go. "Nonsense, Susan. Of course you need the money. Everybody can make use of a little money, I guess. Surely there's something you want." With her hand almost on the doorknob, Susan suddenly whisked about, her face alight. "Oh, yes, I forgot, Miss Colebrook," she cried eagerly. "There is somethin' I want, and I'll take it and please and thank you kindly." "There, that's better," nodded Mrs. Colebrook. "And I've got it right here, so you see you don't have to wait even a minute," she smiled, holding out the roll of bills. Still with the eager light on her face, Susan reached for the money. "Thank you. Oh, thank you. And it will go quite a ways, won't it? For Keith, I mean, But with sudden sharpness Mrs. Colebrook interrupted her. "Susan, how many times have I told you to speak of my nephew as Master Keith? Furthermore, I shall have to remind you once more that you are trying to interfere altogether too much in his care. In fact, Susan, I may as well speak plainly. For some time past you have failed to give satisfaction. You are paid in full now, I believe, with some to spare perhaps. You may work the week out. After that, we shall no longer require your services." The man at the end of the room wheeled sharply and half started to come forward. Then, with his habitual helpless gesture, he turned back to his old position. Susan, her face eloquent with amazed unbelief, turned from one to the other. You don't mean, Miss Colebrook, be you trying to dismissal me?" Mrs. Colebrook flushed and bit her lip. "I am dismissing you, yes." Once more Susan, in dazed unbelief, looked from one to the other. Her eyes dwelt longest on the figure of the man at the end of the room. "Mr. Burton, do you want me to go?" she asked at last. The man turned irritably with a shrug and a swift outflinging of his hands. "Of course I don't want you to go, Susan. But what can I do? I have no money to pay you, as you know very well. I have no right to keep you, of course. I should advise you to go." And he turned away again. Susan's face cleared. "Pooh! Oh, that's all right then," she answered pleasantly. "Miss Colebrook, I'm sorry to be troublin' you, but I shall have to give back that there notice. I ain't goin'." Once again Mrs. Colebrook flushed and bit her lip. "That will do, Susan. You forget. You're not working for Mr. Burton now. You're working for me." "For you?" "Certainly. Didn't I just pay your wages for some weeks past?" Susan's tight clutch on the roll of bills loosened so abruptly that the money fell to the floor. But at once Susan stooped and picked it up. The next moment she had crossed the room and thrust the money into Mrs. Colebrook's astonished fingers. "I don't want your money, Miss Colebrook, not on them terms, even for Keith. I know I hain't earned any the other way yet, but I hain't tried all the magazines. There's more, lots more." Her voice faltered and almost broke. "I'll do it yet some way. You see if I don't. But I won't take this. Why, Miss Colebrook, do you think I'd leave now, with that poor boy blind, and his father so wrought up he don't even have his extraordinary common sense about his flannels and socks and what to eat, and no money to pay the bills with either, and him bein' pestered the life out of him with them intermittent Dun & Groceries and milkman? Well, I guess not. You couldn't hire me to go, Miss Colebrook." "Daniel, are you going to stand there and permit me to be talked to like this?" appealed Mrs. Colebrook. "What can I do?" Was there a ghost of a twinkle in Daniel Burton's eyes as he turned with a shrug and a lift of his eyebrows? "If you haven't the money to hire her—" But Mrs. Colebrook, with an indignant toss of her head, had left the room. "Mr. Burton!" Before the man could speak, Susan had the floor again. "Can't you do something, sir? Can't you?" "Do something, Susan?" frowned the man. Yes, with your sister, urged Susan. I don't mean because she's so haughty and impious. I can stand that. It's about Keith I'm talking about, Mr. Burton. Keith won't never get well, never. So he can have that operator on his eyes, unless he takes some exercise and gets his strength back. The nurse and the doctor, they both said he wouldn't. Yes, I know, Susan, fumed the man impatiently, beginning to pace up and down the room. And that's just what we're trying to do, get his strength back. But he ain't. He won't. He can't, choked Susan feverishly. Mr. Burton, I know you don't want to talk about it, but you've got to. I'm all Keith's got to look out for him. The father of Keith gave an inarticulate gasp, but Susan plunged on unheeding. And he'll never get well if he ain't let to get up and stand and walk and eat and sit down himself. But Miss Colebrook won't let him. She won't let him do anything. She keeps saying, "Don't do it, oh, don't do it," all the time, when she ought to say, "Do it, do it, do it." Mr. Burton, crying and wringing your hands and moaning, "Oh, Keithy, darlin'," won't make a boy grow red blood and make you feel so fine you want to knock a man down. Mr. Burton, I want you to tell that woman to let me take care of that boy for just 1 week. 1 week. And her not to come near him with her snivelin' and... But Daniel Burton, with 2 hands upflung and a head that ducked as if before an oncoming blow, had rushed from the room. For the second time that day, Daniel Burton had fled to the attic. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Susan Burke, SueBurkeVoice.com. Chapter 11 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 11. Not pats, but scratches. Mrs. Colebrook went home the next day. She wore the air of an injured martyr at breakfast. She told her brother that, of course, if he preferred to have an ignorant servant girl take care of his poor afflicted son, she had nothing to say, but that certainly he could not expect her to stay too, especially after being insulted as she had been. Daniel Burton had remonstrated feebly, shrugged his shoulders, and flung his arms about in his usual gestures of impotent annoyance. Susan, in the kitchen, went doggedly about her work, singing, meanwhile, what Keith called her mad song. When Susan was particularly worked up over something, "just billin' inside," as she expressed it, she always sang this song, her own composition, to the tune of When Johnny Comes Marching Home. "I've taken my worries and taken my woes, I have, and shut 'em up where nobody knows, I have. I've chucked 'em down, that's what I did, and now I'm sittin' upon the lid, and we'll all feel gay when Johnny comes marchin' home. I'm sittin' upon the lid, I am, hurrah, hurrah. I'm tryin' to be a little lamb, hurrah, hurrah. But I'm feelin' more like a great big slam than a nice little peaceful woolly lamb. But we'll all feel gay when Johnny comes marchin' home." When Daniel Burton this morning, therefore, heard Susan singing this song, he was in no doubt as to Susan's state of mind, a fact which certainly did not add to his own serenity. Upstairs, Keith, wearily indifferent as to everything that was taking place about him, lay motionless as usual, his face turned toward the wall. And at 10 o'clock Mrs. Colebrook went. 5 minutes later Daniel Burton entered the kitchen, a proceeding so extraordinary that Susan broke off her song in the middle of a hurrah, and grew actually pale. "What is it? Keith? Is anything the matter with Keith?" she faltered. Ignoring her question, the man strode into the room. "Well, Susan, This time you've done it," he ejaculated tersely. "Done it? To Keith? Me? Why, Mr. Burton, what do you mean? Is Keith worse?" chattered Susan with dry lips. "It was only a little hash I took up. He simply won't eat that oatmeal stuff, and—" No, I don't mean the hash," interrupted the man irritably. "Keith is all right. That is, he is just as he has been. It's my sister, Mrs. Colebrook. She's gone." "Gone? For good?" "Yes, she's gone home." "Glory be!" The color came back to Susan's face in a flood, and frank delight chased the terror from her eyes. "Now we can do something worthwhile." "I reckon you'll find you have to do something, Susan. You know very well I can't afford to hire a nurse now." "I don't want one." "But there's all the other work, too." "Work? Why, Mr. Burton, I won't mind a little work if I can have that blessed boy all to myself, with no one to feed him oatmeal mush with a spoon and snivel over him. You just wait. The first elemental thing is to learn him self-defiance, so he can do things for himself. Then he'll begin to get his health and strength for the operator." "You're forgetting the money, Susan. It costs money for that." Susan's face fell. "Yes, sir, I know." She hesitated, then went on, her color deepening. "And I ain't sold none of them poems yet. But there's other magazines, a whole lot of 'em, and I hain't tried. Somebody's sure to take 'em sometime." "I'm glad your courage is still good, Susan. But I'm afraid the dear public is going to appreciate your poems about the way it does my pictures," shrugged the man bitterly as he turned and left the room. Not waiting to finish setting her kitchen in order, Susan ran up the back stairs to Keith's room. "Well, your aunt is gone, and I am on, and here we are together. We'll chuck our worries into pawn. And how do you like the weather?" She greeted him gaily. "How about getting up? Come on, such a lazy boy. Here it is away in the middle of the forenoon, and you abed like this." But it was not to be so easy this time. Keith was not to be cajoled into getting up and dressing himself, even to beat Susan's record. Steadfastly he resisted all efforts to stir him into interest or action, and a dismayed, disappointed Susan had to go downstairs in acknowledged defeat. "But, land sakes, what could you expect?" she muttered to herself, after a sorrowful meditation before the kitchen fire. "You can't put a backbone into a jellyfish by just showing him the bone. And that's what his aunt has made him, a flappy, transparallel jellyfish. Drat her! But I ain't going to give up. Not much I ain't." And Susan attacked the little kitchen stove with a vigor that would have brought terror to the clinkers of a furnace-fire pot. Susan did not attempt again that day to get Keith up and dressed, and she gave him his favorite popovers for supper, with a running fire of merry talk and jingles that contained never a reference to the unpleasant habit of putting on clothes. But the next morning, after she had given Keith his breakfast, not of toast and oatmeal, she suggested blithely that he get up and be dressed. When he refused, she tried coaxing, mildly, then more strenuously. When this failed, she tried to sting his pride by telling him she did not believe he could get up now, anyhow, and dress himself. "All right, Susan, let it go that I can't. I don't want to, anyhow," sighed the boy with impatient weariness. "Say, can't you let a fellow alone?" Susan drew a long breath and held it suspended for a moment. She had the air of one about to make a dreaded plunge. "No, I can't let you alone, Keith," she replied, voice and manner now coldly firm. "Why not? What's the use when I don't want to get up? How about thinking for once what someone else wants, young man?" Susan caught her breath again, and glanced furtively at the half-averted face on the pillow. Then doggedly she went on. "Maybe you think I hain't got anything to do but trespass up and down them stairs all day waitin' on you, when you were perfectly capacious of waiting on yourself some." "Why, Susan!" There was incredulous, hurt amazement in the boy's voice, but Susan was visibly steeling herself against it. "What do you think? That I'm loafin' all day and your aunt gone now and me with it all in my hands?" she demanded, her stony gaze carefully turned away from the white face on the pillow. "And to have to keep runnin' up here all the mornin' when I got to do the dishes and bake bread and make soap and—" "If you'll get my clothes, Susan, I'll get up," said Keith very quietly from the bed. And Susan, not daring to unclose her lips, wrested the garments from the hooks, dropped them on the chair by the bed, and fled from the room. But she had not reached the hall below when the sobs shook her frame. "And me talkin' like that when I'd be willin' to walk all day in my hands and knees, if 'twould but help him one little minute," she choked. Barely had Susan whipped herself into presentable shape again when Keith's voice at the kitchen door caused her to face about with a startled cry. "I'm downstairs, Susan." The boy's voice challenged hers for coldness now. "I'll take my meals down here after this." "Why, Keith, however in the world did you—" Then Susan pulled herself up. "Good boy, Keith. That will make it lots easier," she said cheerfully, impersonally, turning away and making a great clatter of pans in the sink. But later, at least once every half hour through that long forenoon, Susan crept softly through the side hall to the half-open living-room door, where she could watch Keith. She watched him get up and move slowly along the side of the room, picking his way. She watched him pause and move hesitating fingers down the backs of the chairs that he encountered. But when she saw him stop and finger the books on the little table by the window, she crept back to her kitchen and rattled still more loudly the pots and pans in the sink. Just before the noon meal, Keith appeared once more at the kitchen door. "Susan, would it bother you very much if I ate out here with you?" he asked. "With me? Nonsense. You'll eat in the dinin'-room with your dad, of course. Why, what would he say to your eatin' out here with me?" "That's just it. It's Dad. He'd like it, I'm sure," insisted the boy feverishly. "You know, sometimes I don't get any food on my fork when I eat, and I have to feel for things, and it must be disagreeable to see me. And you know he never liked disagreeable—" "Now, Keith Burton, you stop right where you are," interrupted Susan harshly. "You're going to eat with your father where you belong. And do you now run back to the settin' room. I got my dinner to get." Keith had not disappeared down the hall, however, before Susan was halfway up the back stairs. A moment later she was in the studio. "Daniel Burton, you're going to have company to dinner," she panted. "Company?" "Yes, your son." "Keith?" The man drew back perceptibly. "There now, Daniel Burton, don't you go scowlin' and lookin' for a place to run just 'cause you hate to see him feel round for what he eats." "But, Susan, it breaks my heart," moaned the man, turning quite away. "What if it does? Ain't his broke too? Can't you think of him a little? Let me tell you this, Daniel Burton, that boy has more consolation for your feelin's than you have for his every time. Didn't he just come to me and beg to eat with me 'cause his dad didn't like to see disagreeable things, and—" The man wheeled sharply. "Did Keith do that?" "He did just now, sir." "All right, Susan. I don't think you'll have to say any more." And Susan, after a sharp glance into the man's half-averted face, said no more. A moment later she had left the room. At dinner that day, with red eyes but a vivacious manner, she waited on a man who incessantly talked of nothing in particular, and a boy who sat white-faced and silent, eating almost nothing. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Susan Burke, SueBurkeVoice.com. Chapter 12 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 12, Callers for Keithie. And so, inch by inch, Susan fought her way, and inch by inch she gained ground. Sometimes it was by coaxing, sometimes by scolding, perhaps most often by taunts and dares, and shrewd appeals to Keith's pride. But by whatever it was, each day saw some stride forward, some new victory that Keith had won over his blindness, until by the end of the week the boy could move about the house and wait upon himself with a facility almost unbelievable when one remembered his listless helplessness of a week before. Then one day there entered into the case a brand new element, a dainty element in white muslin and fluttering blue ribbons. Mazie Sanborn and Dorothy Parkman.
"We heard Keithie was lots better and up and dressed now," chirped Mazie, when Susan answered her ring. "And so we brought him some flowers. Please, can't we see him?"
Susan hesitated. Susan had not forgotten Keith's feverish retreat from Mazie's greeting called up to the veranda the month before, but then, for that matter, had he not retreated from everything until she determinedly took him in hand? And he must, sometime, begin to mingle with the world outside the four walls of his house. Why not now? What better chance could she hope to have for him to begin than this? Where could she find two more charmingly alluring ambassadors of that outside world than right here on the doorstep now? Susan's lips snapped together with a little defiant nod of her head, then parted in a cordial smile. "Sure, you may see him," she cried, "and it's glad that I am to have you come. It'll do him good. Come in, come in." And with only a heightened color to show her trepidation as to the reception that might be accorded her charges, she threw open the sitting-room door. "Well, Keith, here's company come on purpose to see you, and they brought you some flowers," she announced gaily. No, Susan, I don't want to see them," stammered the boy. He had leaped to his feet, a painful red flooding his face.
"Well, I like that," bridled Mazie with playful indignation. "And when Dorothy and I have taken all this trouble to come and—"
"Is Dorothy here, too?" interrupted the boy sharply.
"Yes, Keith, I am here."
Dorothy was almost crying, and her voice sounded harsh and unnatural.
"And we brought you these,"
interposed Mazie brightly, crossing the room to his side and holding out the flowers. Then, with a little embarrassed laugh, as he did not take them, she thrust them into his fingers.
"Oh, I forgot. You can't see them, can you?" "Mazie,"
remonstrated the half-smothered voice of Dorothy. But it was Susan who came promptly to the rescue.
"Yes, and ain't they pretty?"
she cried, taking them from Keith's unresisting fingers. "Here, let me put 'em in water, and you two sit down. I always did love coronation pinks," she declared briskly as she left the room. She was not gone long. Very quickly she came back with the flowers in a vase. Keith had dropped back into his chair, but he was plainly so unwilling a host that Susan evidently thought best to assist him. She set the vase on a little stand near Keith's chair, then dropped herself onto the huge haircloth sofa nearby.
"My, but I don't mind settin' myself a while," she smiled. "Guess I'm tired." "I should think you would be."
Mazie, grown suddenly a bit stiff and stilted, was obviously trying to be very polite and grown up.
"There must be an awful lot to do here. Mother says she don't see how you stand it."
"Pooh! Not so very much," scoffed Susan, instantly on her guard. "Keith here's gettin' so smart, he won't let me do anything hardly for him now."
"Oh, but there must be a lot of things," began Mazie, "that he can't do, and—" "What a lovely big sunny room," interrupted Dorothy hastily, so hastily that Susan threw a sharp glance into her face to see if she were really interrupting Mazie for a purpose. "I love big rooms." "Yes, so do I," chimed in Mazie, "and I always wanted to see the inside of this house, too."
"What for?" Keith's curiosity got the better of his vexed reticence and forced the question from his lips.
"Oh, just 'cause I've heard folks say 'twas so wonderful. Old, you know, and full of rare old things. And there wasn't another for miles around like it. But I don't see... that is," she corrected herself, stumbling a little, "you probably don't keep them in this room anyway." "Why, they do, too," interfered Dorothy with suddenly pink cheeks. "This room is just full of the loveliest kind of old things. Just like the things Father is always getting, only nicer. Now that, right there in the corner, all full of drawers, we've got one almost just exactly like that out home, and Father just dotes on it. That is a high boy, isn't it?" she appealed to Susan. "And it is very old, isn't it?"
"A high boy? Old? Land sakes, child," laughed Susan. "Maybe 'tis. I ain't sayin' 'tisn't, though I'm free to confess I never heard it called that. But it's old enough, if that's all it needs. It's old enough to be a high man by this time, I reckon," chuckled Susan. "Mr. Burton was tellin' me one day how it belonged to his great-grandmother."
"Kind of funny looking, though, isn't it?" commented Mazie. "Father'd love it. So'd Aunt Hattie," avowed Dorothy, evidently not slow to detect the lack of appreciation in Mazie's voice. "And I do, too," she finished, with a tinge of defiance. Mazie laughed. "Well, all right. You may, for all I care," she retorted. Then to Keith she turned with sudden disconcerting abruptness. "Say, Keith, what do you do all day?" It was Susan who answered this. Indeed, it was Susan who answered a good many of the questions during the next 15 minutes. Some she answered because she did not want Keith to answer them. More she answered because Keith would not answer them. To tell the truth, Keith was anything but a polite, gracious host. He let it be plainly understood that he was neither pleased at the call nor interested in the conversation. And the only semblance of eagerness in his demeanor that afternoon was when his young visitors rose to go. In spite of Keith's worse than indifference, however, Susan was convinced that this call, and others like it, were exactly what was needed for Keith's best welfare and development. With all her skill and artifice, therefore, she exerted herself to make up for Keith's negligence. She told stories, rattled off absurd jingles, and laughed and talked with each young miss in turn, determined to make the call so great a success that the girls would wish to come again. When she had bowed them out and closed the door behind them, she came back to Keith, intending to remonstrate with him for his very ungracious behavior. But before she could open her lips, Keith himself had the floor. "Susan Betts," he began passionately, as soon as she entered the room, "don't you ever let those girls in again. I won't have them. I won't have them, I tell you." "Oh, for shame, Keith. And when they were so kind and thoughtful, too." "It wasn't kindness and thoughtfulness," resented the boy. "It was spying out. They came to see how I took it. I know 'em. And that Dorothy Parkman, I don't know why she came. She said long ago that she couldn't bear to look at 'em." "Look at them?" "Yes, blind folks. Her father is a big oculist. Doctor's eyes, you know. She told me once, and she said she couldn't bear to look at them. An eye doctor? A big one?" Susan was suddenly excited, alert. Yes, and where's he live?" "I don't know. Where she does, I s'pose. I don't know where that is. She's here most of the time, and is he a real big one? A really, truly big one?" Yes, I guess so." Keith had fallen wearily back in his chair, his strength spent. "Dad said he was one of the biggest in the country, and of course lots of blind people go there, and she sees them. Only she says she can't bear to see them, that she won't look at them, and she shan't come here. She shan't, Susan, to look at me, and—" But Susan was not listening now.
With chin up-tilted and a new fire in her eyes, she had turned toward the kitchen door. 2 days later, on her way to the store, Susan spied Dorothy Parkman across the street. Without hesitation or ceremony, she went straight across and spoke to her. "Is it true that your father is a big occultist? One of the biggest there is?" she demanded.
What?"
Dorothy frowned slightly.
"Occultist.
Dr. Spoke's eyes, you know. Is he? I heard he was."
Oh,
Yes, he is." Miss Dorothy was giggling a bit now. "Then listen." In her eagerness, Susan had caught the girl's sleeve and held it. "Can't you get him to come and see you right away quick? Don't he want to take you home or something?" Dorothy laughed merrily. "Why, Susan, are you in such a hurry as all that to get rid of me? Did I act so bad the other day that—" A sudden change crossed her face. Her eyes grew soft and luminous. "Was it for Keith that you wanted Father, Susan?" "Yes." Susan's eyes blurred, and her voice choked.
Well, then I'm glad to tell you he is coming by and by. He's coming to take me home for Christmas, but he isn't going to stay long."
That's all right," retorted Susan a little breathlessly.
If he'd just look at the boy's eyes and tell if he could fix 'em later.
You see, we couldn't have it done now, 'cause there ain't any money to pay. But we'll have it later. We'll sure have it later, and then—"
"Of course he'll look at them," interrupted Dorothy eagerly. "He'd love to, I know. He's always so interested in eyes and new cases. And don't worry about the other part. The money, you know,"
nodded Dorothy, hurrying away then before Susan could protest. As it happened, Keith was more difficult than usual that afternoon, and Susan, thinking to rouse him from his lassitude, suddenly determined to tell him all about the wonderful piece of good fortune in store for him. "How'd you like to have that little Miss Dorothy's daddy see your eyes, honey?" she began eagerly, "and tell—" "I wouldn't let him see them." Keith spoke coldly, decisively.
"Oh, but he's one of the biggest occultists there is, and—"
"I suppose you mean oculist, Susan," interrupted Keith, still more coldly. "But that doesn't make any difference. I don't want him."
"But, Keith, if he—"
"I tell you I won't have him," snapped Keith irritably.
"But you've got to have somebody, and if he's the biggest—"
All the eager light had died out of Susan's face. "I don't care if he is the biggest. He's Dorothy Parkman's father, and that's enough. I won't have him." No. Well, all right." And Susan, terrified and dismayed, hurried from the room. But though Susan was dismayed and terrified, she was far from being subdued. In the kitchen she lifted her chin defiantly. "All right, Master Keith," she muttered to herself. "You can say what you want to, but you'll have him just the same. Only you won't know he's him. I'll just tell him to call hisself another name for you, and sometime I'll find out what there is behind that Dorothy Parkman business. But 'tain't till Christmas, and that's 'most 2 months off yet. Time enough for trouble when trouble knocks at the door. And till it does knock, just keep pegging away." End of Chapter 12. Recording by Susan Burke. SueBurkeVoice.com. Chapter 13 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 13. Free Verse, a la Susan. And persistently, systematically, Susan did, indeed, keep pegging away. No sooner had she roused Keith to the point of accomplishing one task than she set for him another. No sooner could he pilot himself about one room than she inveigled him into another. and when he could go everywhere about the house, she coaxed him out into the yard. It was harder here, for Keith had a morbid fear of being stared at, and only semi-occasionally would he consent at all to going out. It was then that with stern determination Susan sought Daniel Burton. "Look-a-here, Daniel Burton," she accosted him abruptly. "I've done all I can now, and it's up to you." The man looked up, plainly startled. "Why, Susan, you don't mean you aren't going, are you?" "Goin' nothin', shucks," tossed Susan to one side disdainfully. "I mean that Keith ain't goin' to get that good red blood he's needin' sittin' around the house here. He's got to go off in the woods, and walk, and tramp, and run, and scuff leaves. And you've got to go with him. I can't, can I?" The man shifted his position irritably. "Do you think that boy will let me lead him through the streets, Susan? Well, I know he won't." "I didn't say lead him. I said go with him. There's an awful lot of difference between leadin' and accommodatin'. We don't none of us like to be led, but we don't mind goin' with folks most anywheres. Put your arm into his and walk together. He'll walk that way. I've tried it. And to see him you wouldn't know he's blind at all. Oh, yes, I know you're hangin' back and don't want to. I know you hate to see him or be with him, 'cause it makes you know what a terrible thing it is that's come to you and him. But you've got to, Daniel Burton. You and me is all he's got to stand between him and utter misery. I can feed his stomach and make him do the metaphysical things, but it's you that's got to feed his soul and make him do the menial things." "Oh, Susan, Susan," half groaned the man. There was a smile on his lips, but there were tears in his eyes. "Well, it's so," argued Susan earnestly. "Oh, I read to him, of course. I read him everything I can get hold of, especially about men and women that have become great and famous and extinguished, even if they was blind or deaf and dumb or lame, especially blind. But I can't learn him books, Mr. Burton. You've got to do that. You've got to be eyes for him, and he's got to go to school to you, Mr. Burton." Susan's voice grew husky and unsteady. "You got a chance now to paint bigger and grander pictures than you ever did before. Only you won't be paintin' 'em on canvas backs. You'll be paintin' 'em on that boy's soul, and you'll be usin' words instead of them little brushes." "You've put that very well, Susan." It was the man who spoke unsteadily, huskily now. "I don't know about that, but I do know that them pictures you're goin' to paint for him is goin' to be the making of him. Why, Mr. Burton, we can't have him lazin' behind, 'cause when he does get back his eyes, we don't want him to be too far behind his class." "But what if he doesn't ever get his eyes, Susan?" "Then he'll need it all the more. But he's goin' to get 'em, Mr. Burton. Don't you remember? The nurse said if he got well and strong, he could have something done. I've got the doctor, and all I need now is the money. And that makes me think." She hesitated, growing suddenly pink and embarrassed. Then resolutely she put her hand into the pocket of her apron and pulled out 2 folded papers. "I was going to tell you about these anyhow, so I might as well do it now," she explained. "You know, them other poems didn't sell much. There was only one went, and the man wouldn't take that till he made me promise he could print my letter, too, that I'd wrote with it, just as if it was worth anything. But he only paid a measly $1 anyhow." Susan's voice faltered a little, though her chin was at a brave tilt. "And I guess now I know the reason. Them kind of poems ain't stylish no longer. Rhymes has gone out. Everything's free verse now. I've been readin' up about it. So I wrote some of 'em. They're real easy to do, just lines chopped off free and easy, anywheres it happens. Only have some long and some short, for notoriety, you know, like this." And she read, A great big cloud that was black came up out of the west, and I knew then for sure that a storm was brewin', and it brewed. Now that was dead easy. Anybody could see that. But it's kind of pretty, I think, too, just the same. Them denatured poems are always pretty, I think. About trees and grass and flowers in the sky, you know, don't you? Why, yes, of course, murmured the man faintly. I tried a love poem next. I don't write them very often. They're so common. You see 'em everywhere, you know. But I thought I would try it. 'Twould be different anyhow, in this new kind of verses. So I wrote this. O love of mine, I love thee. Thy hair is yellow like the golden squash. Thy neck so soft and slender like a goose is encompassed in filtered lace, so rich and rare. Thy eyes and thy pallid face like blueberries in a saucer of milk. O love of mine, I love thee. Have you sent any of these away yet, Susan? Daniel Burton was on his feet now, his back carefully turned. No, not yet, but I'm goin' to pretty quick, and I guess them will sell. Susan nodded happily and smiled, but almost instantly her face grew gravely earnest again. But all the money in the world ain't goin' to do no good, Mr. Burton, unless we do our part, and our part is to get him well and strong for that operator. Now I'm goin' to send Keith in to you. I ain't goin' to tell him he's goin' to walk with you, 'cause if I did he wouldn't come. But I'm expectin' you to take him just the same," she finished serenely, as she left the room. Keith and his father went to walk. It was the first of many such walks. Almost every one of these crisp November days found the two off on a tramp somewhere, and because Daniel Burton was careful always to accompany, never to lead, the boy's step gained day by day in confidence, and his face in something very like interest. And always, for cold and stormy days, there were the books at home. Daniel Burton was not painting pigment pictures these days. His easel was empty. The wood path, long since finished, had been sent away to be sold. Most of Daniel Burton's paintings were sent away to be sold, so that was nothing new. What was new, however, was the fact that no fresh canvas was placed on the easel to take the place of the picture sent away. Daniel Burton had begun no new picture. The easel, indeed, was turned face to the wall, and yet Daniel Burton was painting pictures, wonderful pictures. His brushes were words. His colors were the blue and gold and brown and crimson of the wide autumn landscape. His inspiration was the hungry light on a boy's face, and his canvas was the soul of the boy behind it. Most assuredly Daniel Burton was giving himself now, heart and mind and body, to his son. Even the lynx-eyed, alert Susan had no fault to find. Daniel Burton most emphatically was doing his part. End of Chapter 13. Recording by Susan Burke. SueBurkeVoice.com.
Chapter 14 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sunny. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 14. A Surprise All Around. The week before Christmas, Dorothy Parkman brought a tall, dignified-looking man to the Bartons' shabby but still beautiful colonial doorway. Dorothy had not seen Keith, except on the street, since her visit with Maisie in October. 2 or 3 times the girls had gone to the house with flowers or fruit, but Keith had stubbornly refused to see them, in spite of Susan's urgings. Today, Dorothy, with this evidently in mind, refused Susan's somewhat dubious invitation to come in. "Oh, no, thank you, I'll not come in," she smiled. "I only brought Father, that's all. And oh, I do hope he can do something," she faltered unsteadily, and Susan saw that her eyes were glistening with tears as she turned away. In the hall, Susan caught the doctor's arm nervously. "Dr. Parkman, there's something—" "My name is Stewart," interrupted the doctor. "What's that? What's that?" cried Susan, unconsciously tightening her clasp on his arm. "Ain't you Dorothy Parkman's father?" "I'm her stepfather. She was 9 when I married Mrs. Parkman, her mother." "Then your name ain't Parkman at all? Oh, glory be!" ejaculated Susan ecstatically. "Well, if that ain't the luckiest thing ever!" "Lucky?" frowned the doctor, looking thoroughly mystified and not altogether pleased. Susan gave an embarrassed laugh. "There, now, if that ain't just like me, to fly off on a tandem like that, without a word of exploitation. It's just that I'm glad I won't have to ask you to come under a resumed name." "Under a what, madam?" The doctor was looking positively angry now. Moreover, with no uncertain determination, he was trying to draw himself away from Susan's detaining fingers. "Oh, please, doctor, please don't be mad." Susan had both hands hold of his arm now. "'Twas for Keith, and I knew you'd be willing to do anything for him when you understood, just as I am. You see, I didn't want him to know you was Dorothy's father," she plunged on breathlessly, "and so I was going to ask you to let me call you something else, not Parkman. And then, when I found out that you didn't have to have a resumed name, that you was already somebody else, that is, that you was really you, only Keith wouldn't know you was you, I was so glad." "Oh, I see." The doctor was still frowning, though his lips were twitching a little. "But, do you mind telling me why I can't be I? What's the matter with Dorothy's father?" "Nothing, sir. It's just a notion. Keith won't see Dorothy, nor Maisie, nor none of 'em. He thinks they just come to spy out how he looks and acts, and he got it in his head that if you was Dorothy's father, he wouldn't see you. He hates to be pitied and stared at." "Oh, I see." A sympathetic understanding came to the doctor's eyes. The anger was all gone now. "Very well. As it happens, I'm really Dr. Stewart, so you can call me that in all honesty, and we'll be very careful not to let the boy know I ever heard of Dorothy Parkman." "How about the boy's father? Does he know?" "Yes, sir. I told him who you was, and that you was comin', and I told him we wasn't going to let Keith know. And he said 'twas absurd, and we couldn't help letting him know. But I told him I knew better, and 'twas all right." "Oh, you did?" The doctor was regarding Susan with a new interest in his eyes. "Yes, and 'tis, you see." "Where is Mr. Burton?" "In his studio, shut up. He'll see you afterwards. I told him he'd got to do that." "What?" The doctor's eyes flew wide open. "See you afterwards. I told him he ought to be in the room with you when you was examplin' Keith's eyes, but I knew he wouldn't do that. He never would do such like things. Makes him feel too bad. And he wanted me to find out what you said, but I told him he'd got to do that." "But, oh, doctor, I do hope— oh, please, please say something good if you can. And now I'll take you in. It's right this way through the sitting room." "By Jove, what a beauty!" Halfway across the living room the doctor had come to a pause before a mahogany highboy. "That?" "Yes, that." The whimsical smile on the doctor's eyes showed that he was not unappreciative of the scorn in Susan's voice. "By George, it is a beauty. I've got one myself, but it doesn't compare with that for a minute." And that's not the only treasure you have here, I see," he finished, his admiring gaze roving about the room. "We've got some newer, better stuff in the parlor. These are awful old things in here," apologized Susan. "Yes, I see they are old things," and the whimsical smile had come back to the doctor's eyes as he followed Susan through the doorway. "Keith's upstairs in his room, and I'm taking you up the back way so Mr. Burton won't hear. He's asked me to. He didn't want to know just exactly when you was here." "Mr. Burton must be a brave man," commented the doctor dryly. "He ain't. Not when it comes to seeing disagreeable things or folks hurt," answered the literal Susan cheerfully. "But he'll see you all right when it's over." Her lips came together with sudden grimness. The next moment, throwing open Keith's door, her whole expression changed. She had eyes and thoughts for the blind boy over by the window. The doctor, too, obviously, by the keen professional alertness that transfigured his face at that moment, had eyes and thoughts but for that same blind boy over by the window. "Well, Keith, here's Dr. Stewart to see you, boy." "Dr. Stewart?" Keith was on his feet, startled and uncertain. "Yes, Dr. Stewart." Susan repeated the name with clear emphasis. "He was in town and just came up to look at you. He's a big, kind doctor, dear, and you'll like him, I know." At the door Susan turned to the doctor. "And when you're done, sir, if you'll just come down them stairs to the kitchen, please. To the kitchen," she repeated, hurrying out before Keith could remonstrate. Down in the kitchen Susan took a pan of potatoes to peel, and when long hours later, after the doctor had come downstairs, had talked with Mr. Burton and had gone, Susan went to get those potatoes to boil for dinner, and she found that all but 2 of them had been peeled and peeled and peeled until there was nothing left but peelings. Susan was peeling the next to the last potato when the doctor came down to the kitchen. "Well?" She was on her feet instantly. The doctor's face was grave, yet his eyes were curious alight. They seemed to be looking through and beyond Susan. "I don't know. I think I have good news, but I'm not sure." "But there's a chance?" "Yes, but—" There was a moment of silence then, with an indrawing of his breath. The doctor's soul seemed to come back from a long journey. "I think I know what is the matter." The doctor was looking at Susan now, not through her. "If it's what I think it is, it's a very rare disease, one we do not find often." "But can you, is it possible to cure it?" "We can operate, yes, but it's 6 to half dozen whether it's successful or not. They've just about broken even so far, the cases I've known about." "But they've been interesting, most interesting." The doctor was far away again. "But there's a chance? And if there's a chance, I'd want to take it," cried Susan. "Wouldn't you?" There was no answer. Susan hesitated, threw a hurried glance to the doctor's preoccupied face, then hurried on again feverishly. "Doctor, there's something I've got to speak to you about before you see Mr. Burton. It'll cost an awful lot, I suppose." There was no answer. Susan cleared her throat. It'll cost an awful lot, won't it, doctor?" she asked in a louder voice. What? Cost? Oh, yes. It's an expensive operation." The doctor spoke unconcernedly. He merely glanced at Susan, then resumed his fixed gaze into space. "Well, doctor," Susan cleared her throat again. This time she caught hold of the doctor's sleeve as if to pull him bodily back into a realizing sense of her presence. "About the money. We haven't got it. And that's what I wanted to speak to you about. Mr. Burton hain't got any. He's already spent more'n he's got. Part of next year's annual, I mean. Some day he'll have more, a whole lot more, when Miss Holworthy, his third cousin, dies. 'Twas her husband that gave him the annual, you understand, and when she dies it'll come to him in a plump sum. But 'tain't his now, and of course it won't be till she goes. And 'course 'tain't for us to dodge her footsteps, hopin' she'll just naturally stop walking some day. Though I'm free to confess she has lost most of all her facilities, bein' deaf and lame and some blind, and I can't exactly see the harm o' wishin' she'd got 'em back and all, in heaven, I mean. But 'course I don't say so to him. And as I said before, we ain't got money now, not any. And his last picture didn't sell any better than the others," she went on a little breathlessly. "Then there was me, that is, I was goin' to get some money, but, well, my pictures didn't sell either." She paused to wet her lips. "But I've thought it all out, and there's a way." You'd have to have Keith with you somewheres, wouldn't you?" "To operate? Oh, yes. "A long time?" What? Oh, yes, we would have to have him a long time, probably. In fact, time is one of the very biggest factors in such cases. For the after-treatment, you know, and we must have him where we can watch him, of course." "Oh, then that's all right, then. I can manage it fine," sighed Susan. showing by the way her whole self relaxed how great had been the strain. "Then I'll come right away to work for you." "To what?" The doctor suddenly came back to earth. "To work for you, in your kitchen, I mean," nodded Susan. "I'll send Mr. Burton to his sister's. Then I'll come to you, and I'll come in paired, to stay till I've paid it up, every cent." "Good heavens, woman!" ejaculated the man. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, please, please, don't say that I can't," besought Susan, her fearful eyes in his perturbed face. "I'll work real well, truly I will, and I'm a real good cook, honest I am, when I have the superabundance to do it with, butter and eggs and nice roast, and I won't bother you a mite with my poetry. I don't make it much now, anyhow. And, oh, doctor, you gotta let me do it. It's the only way there is to pay." Her voice choked into silence. Susan turned her back abruptly. Not even for Keith could Susan let anyone see her cry. "Pay? Do you think you'd live long—" Just in time the doctor pulled himself up short. Thrusting his hands into his pockets, he took a nervous turn about the kitchen. Then sharply he wheeled about. "My dear woman, let us talk no more about the money question. See here, I shall be glad to take that boy into my charge, and take care of him for the sheer love of it. And indeed I shall." "Do you mean without any pay?" Susan had drawn herself up haughtily. "Yes, so far as money goes. It is of no consequence, anyway. I'm glad. Thank you, but we ain't charitable folks, Dr. Stewart," cut in Susan coldly. "Maybe it's infinitesimal to you whether we pay or not, but it ain't to us. We don't want—" "But I tell you it's pay enough just to do it," interrupted the doctor impatiently. "It's a very rare case, and I'm glad—" And a door banged open. "Susan, hasn't that doctor—" A new voice cut in, then stopped short. The doctor turned to see a pallid-faced, blond-bearded man with rumpled hair standing in the doorway. "Mr. Burton?" hazarded the doctor crisply. "Yes, and you?" "Dr. Stewart, and I'd like a little talk with you, please, if you can talk sense." This last was added under his breath, but Daniel Burton was not listening in any case. He was leading the way to the studio. In the studio the doctor did not wait for questions, but plunged at once into his story. "Without going into technical terms, Mr. Burton, I will say that your son has a very rare trouble. There's only one known relief, and that is a certain very delicate operation. Even with that, the chances are about 50-50 that he regains his sight." "But there's a chance?" "Yes, there's a chance, and, anyway, it won't do any harm to try. It is the only thing possible, and, if it fails, well, he'll only be blind as he is now. It must be done right away, however. Even now it might be too late, and I may as well tell you, if it doesn't fail, there's a strong probability of another long period of treatment and a second operation before there's a chance of ultimate success." Could that time be spent here?" Daniel Burton's lips had grown a little white. "No. I should want the boy where I could see him frequently, with me, in fact. And that brings me to what I was going to propose. With your permission, I will take the boy back with me next week to Chicago, and operate at once. And let me say that from sheer interest in the case I shall be glad to do this entirely without cost to you." "Thank you, but, of course, you must understand that I could not allow that for a moment." A painful color had flamed into Daniel Burton's face. "Nonsense! Don't be foolish, man. I tell you I'm glad to do it. It'll be worth it to me, the rarity of the case." "How much would it cost?" interposed Daniel Burton peremptorily, with an unsteadiness of voice that the doctor did not fail to read aright. "Why, man alive, it would cost—" With his eyes on Daniel Burton's sternly controlled face, the doctor came to an abrupt pause. Then, turning, he began to tramp up and down the room angrily. "Oh, hang it all, man! Why can't you be sensible? I tell you I don't want any—" And once again his tongue stopped. His feet also had come to an abrupt pause. He was standing before an old colonial mirror. Then suddenly he wheeled about. "By Jove, there is something I want! If you'll sell me 2 or 3 of these treasures of yours here, you will be more than canceling your debt, and—" "Thank you. interrupted the other coldly, but with a still deeper red staining his face. As I happen to know of the unsalability of these pictures, however, I cannot accept your generosity there either. Pictures? The doctor turned puzzled eyes back to the mirror, saw now that a large oil painting hung beside it on the wall. I wasn't talking about your pictures, man, he scoffed then. I was looking at that mirror there, and I would like the highboy downstairs if I could persuade you to part with them. And would you be willing to part with them? What do you think? So marvelous was the change, and so great was the shining glory in Daniel Burton's face, that the doctor caught himself actually blinking. Do you think there's anything that I wouldn't part with if I thought I could give that boy a chance? Make your own selection, doctor. I only hope you'll really want enough of them to amount to something. The doctor threw a keen glance into his face. Amount to something? Don't you know the value of these things here? Daniel Burton laughed and shrugged his shoulders. Oh, I suppose they are valuable, but I shall have to confess I don't know very much about it. They're very old. I can vouch for that. Old? Humph! The doctor was close to the mirror now, examining it with appreciative eyes of the real lover of antiques. I should say they were. Jove, that's a beauty! And I've got just the place that's hungering for it. Good. Suppose we look about the house then a little, suggested Daniel Burton. Perhaps we'll find some more things, good for a hungry stomach, huh? And with a light on his face such as had not been there for long months past, Daniel Burton led the way from the studio. End of chapter 14. Recording by Sunny. Chapter 15 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sunny. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 15. Again, Susan takes a hand. That evening, Daniel Burton told Susan, Keith is going to go home with Dr. Stewart next week. The doctor will operate as soon as possible. Keith will live at the sanatorium connected with the doctor's home and be under his constant supervision. Susan tried to speak, but instead of speaking she burst into tears. "Why, Susan!" exclaimed the man. I know," she choked angrily, dashing the drops from her eyes. "And me crying like this when I'm getting just what I want, too. But there's no certainty, Susan, that it'll be successful. Remember that," warned the man, his face clouding a little. "We can only hope." "And there's the pay." Susan looked up, her voice vibrating with fearful doubt. "Oh, that's all right." The man lifted his head with the air of one who at last has reached firm ground after a dangerous crossing on thin ice. "The doctor's going to buy the highboy and that mirror in the studio and, several other things." "You mean that old chest of drawers in the sitting room?" scorned Susan openly. "Yes." Daniel Burton's lips twitched a little. "But will he pay anything for 'em? Mr. Burton, you can't get nothin' hardly for second-hand furniture. My mother had a stove and a real nice bedstead and a red plush parlor set, and she sold 'em, but she didn't get anything, not hardly anything for 'em, and they was most new, some of 'em, too." "That's the trouble, Susan. They were too new, probably," laughed the man. "It's because these are old, very old, that he wants them, I suspect." "And he'll really pay money for 'em?" Plainly Susan still had her doubts. "He certainly will. I'd be almost ashamed to tell you how much he'll pay, Susan," smiled the man. "It seems to me sheer robbery on my part, but he assures me they are very valuable, and that he's more than delighted to have them even at that price." "Land sakes! And when I'd been worrying and worrying so about the money," sighed Susan. "And now to have it fall plump into your lap like that. It just shows you not to hunt for bridges till you get your feet wet, don't it? And he's going just next week?" "Yes, the doctor and his daughter start Tuesday." "You don't mean that girl Dorothy's going too?" Susan had almost bounced out of her chair. "Why, yes, Dr. Stewart said she was. What's the matter?" "Matter? Matter enough! Why, if she goes, say, why is she tagging along anyhow?" demanded Susan wrathfully. "Well, I shouldn't exactly call it tagging along, to go home with her father for the Christmas vacation," shrugged the man. "As I understand it, Dorothy's mother died several years ago. That's why the girl is here in the East so much, with her relatives, going to school. The doctor's home has become practically a sanatorium. Not the most desirable place in the world to bring up a young daughter in, I should say. Let's see, how old is Miss Dorothy?" 16, Keith says. I asked him one day. She's about his age. Well, however that may be, Susan, I don't see how we can help ourselves very well. I'll fancy Miss Dorothy'll still tag along," he finished whimsically. "Maybe, and then maybe not," mumbled Susan darkly, as she turned away. For 2 days after this, Susan's kitchen, and even Keith himself, showed almost neglect. Persistently and systematically, Susan was running down street every hour or two, ostensibly on errands, yet she bought little. She spent most of her time tramping through the streets and stores, scrutinizing especially the face of every young girl she met. On the afternoon of the second day she met Dorothy Parkman coming out of the post office. "Well, I've got you at last," she sighed, "though I'm free to confess I was beginning to think I never would see you." "Oh, yes, about Keith," cried the girl joyously. "Isn't it splendid? I'm so glad, and he's going home with us right away, you know." "Yes, I know, and that's that is, I wanted," stammered Susan, growing red in her misery. "Oh, Miss Dorothy, you would do anything for that poor blind boy, wouldn't you?" "Why, yes, of course," faltered Dorothy, stammering in her turn. "I knew you would. Then please don't go home with your father this time." "Don't go home? With my father?" exclaimed the girl in puzzled wonder. "No, because if you do, that is, oh, I know it's awful for me to say this, but I've got to do it for Keith. You see, if you go, Keith won't." "If I go, I don't think I quite understand." The girl drew back a little haughtily. Her face shone a painful flush. "No, no, of course you don't. And please, please don't look like that," begged Susan. "It's just this. I found out. I wormed it out of him the other day why he won't let you come see him. He says that once, long ago, you said how you couldn't bear to look at blind people, and oh, I never, never could have said such a cruel thing to a blind boy," interposed the girl. "He wasn't blind then. He said he wasn't, but it was when he was afraid he was going to be blind, and he sees you and Mazie Sanborn at the foot of Harrington Hill one day. He was just after the old man had got blind, and Keith had been up to see him. Seems that Keith was worrying then for fear he was going to be blind." "He was?" "Yes, things blurred and all that. Well, at the foot of the hill he sees you and Mazie, and you shuddered at his going up to see Mr. Harrington, and said how could he bear to look at folks that was blind, that you couldn't, and he never forgot it, being worried for fear himself he was going blind, you see. He was especially acceptable to anything like that." "Oh, but at home I always did hate to see all the poor blind people that came to see Father," she stammered. "But it was only because I felt so bad for them, and that one reason why Father doesn't keep me home any more. He says, but about Keith, I didn't mean to." Dorothy came to a helpless pause. "Yes, I know you didn't mean to hurt him," nodded Susan. "But it did hurt him. And now he always thinks of it, and he knows you're around. You see, worse than anything else, he hates to be stared at, or to have folks think he's different. There ain't anything I can never say to him that makes him half so happy as to act as if he wasn't blind." "Yes, I see," breathed Dorothy, her eyes brimming. "And so now you won't go, will you? 'Cause if you go, he won't." Miss Dorothy frowned in deep thought for a moment. "I shall have to go," she said at last, slowly. "Father is just counting on my being there Christmas, and he is so lonely I couldn't disappoint him. But Keith, I won't have to see much of him anyway. I'll explain it to Father. He won't mind. He's used to his patients taking notions. It'll be all right. Don't worry." She nodded, her face clearing. "But you'll have to be with Keith some." "Oh, yes, a little bit, but he won't know who I am. I'm just Dr. Stewart's daughter, don't you see?" "But he'll know your voice." "I shan't talk much. Besides, he never did hear me talk much. It was always Maisie that talked most, and he hasn't heard me any for a year or more, except that little bit that day at the house." "But your name, Dorothy?" still argued Susan dubiously. "Father never calls me that. I'm always Puss to him. And there won't be anybody else with us on the journey. Don't worry. You just send Keith right along, and trust me for the rest. You'll see." She nodded again brightly as she turned away. Susan went home then to her neglected work. There seemed really nothing else that she could do. But that she was far from following Miss Dorothy's blithe advice not to worry was very evident from her frowning brow and preoccupied air all the rest of the time until Tuesday morning, when Keith went, until, indeed, Mr. Burton came home from seeing Keith off on his journey. Then her pent-up perturbation accumulated in an onslaught of precipitate questions. "Was he all right? Was that girl there? Did he know who she was? Do you think he'll find out?" "One at a time, Susan, one at a time," laughed the man. "Yes, he was all right. He went off smiling with the doctor's arm about his shoulders. Yes, the young lady was there, but she kept well away from Keith. So far as I could see, friends had come, evidently, to see her off, but I noticed she contrived to keep herself and them as far away from Keith as possible. Of course, on the journey, there'll just be the three of them. The test will come then. But I wouldn't worry, Susan. Remember your own advice about those bridges of yours. He's started, and he's with the doctor. I don't think he'll turn back." "No, I suppose not," sighed Susan. "But I wish I could really know how things are," she finished as she took up her work again. 36 hours later came the telegram from the doctor telling of their safe arrival, and a week later came a letter from Keith himself to Susan. It was written in lead pencil on paper that had been carefully perforated so as to form lines not too near together. At the top of the page, in parentheses, were these words: "Dear Susan, if you think Dad would like it, you may read him a part or the whole of this letter. I was afraid I wouldn't write very well and that he wouldn't like to see it, so I write to you instead. I know you won't mind." Below came the letter: "Dear Susan, how do you do, and Dad too? I'm well, and hope you are the same. This is an awfully pretty place, with trees and big lawns all around, and walks and seats everywhere in the summer, they say. We aren't sitting outdoors today, though. It's only 4 below. We had a jolly trip out. The doctor's great. He spent half his time talking to me about the things we were seeing out the window. We went through a wonderful country and saw lots of interesting things. The doctor's daughter was along, too, but she didn't have much to say on the trip. I've seen quite a lot of her since we've been here, though, and she's all right. At first I didn't like her very well. It was her voice, I guess. It reminded me of somebody I didn't like to be reminded of. But after I got used to it, and I found she was really very nice and jolly. She knows a lot of games, and we play together a lot now. She's so different from that girl she sounded like that I don't mind her voice now, and I don't think she minds." Here a rather unsuccessful erasure showed that playing with me had been substituted for being with blind folks. She gave me this paper and told me the folks at home would like a letter, she knew. That's why I'm writing. And I guess that's enough for this time. Love to all, Keith Burton. P.S. I'm going to have the operation tomorrow, but they won't know for quite a while whether it's a success or not, the doctor says. Keith. Susan read the letter, then took it at once to the studio and read it again out loud. "Now ain't that great?" she crowed, as soon as she had finished. Yes, but he didn't say much about himself or his treatment," demurred the man. Susan made an impatient gesture. Why, yes, he did, too. Land sakes, Mr. Burton, he didn't talk about nothing else but himself and his treatment all the way through. Oh, I know he didn't say anything about his occultist treatment, if that's what you mean, but I didn't do no worrying about that part. It was the other part. The other part? Yes, they're treating him as if he wasn't different and queer. And didn't you notice the way he wrote? Happy as a king, telling about what he saw on the way out, and a wonderful country they went through. They're all right, them two are. I shan't do no more worrying about Keith. And her fixing that paper so cute for him to write on. I declare, I'm that zealous of her, don't know what to do. Why couldn't I have thought of that? She sighed as she rose to leave the room. 2 days later came a letter from the doctor. The operation had been performed, and so far as they could judge, all was well, though, as Keith had written, the real results would not show until the bandages were removed some time later. When the schools opened again in January, Dorothy Parkman came back to Hinsdale. Susan had been counting the days ever since Christmas, for she knew Dorothy was coming, and she could scarcely wait to see her. This time, however, she did not have to tramp through the streets and stores looking for her, for Miss Dorothy came at once to the house and rang the bell. "I knew you'd want to hear all about Mr. Keith," she smiled brightly into Susan's eyes, "and I'm glad to report that he's doing all right." "Be them bandages off yet, do you mean? He can see?" demanded Susan excitedly, leading the way to her sitting room. "Oh, no, not that," cried the girl quickly. "I mean he's doing all right so far. It's a week yet before the bandages can be removed, and even then he probably won't see much, if at all. There'll have to be another one later, Father says, maybe 2 more. "Oh!" Susan fell back, plainly disappointed. Then suddenly a new interest flamed into her eyes. "And he ain't sensed yet who you are?" she questioned. Miss Dorothy blushed, and Susan noticed suddenly how very pretty she was. "No, though I must confess that at first, when he heard my voice, he looked up much startled, and even rose from his seat. But I told him lots of folks thought I talked like Dorothy Parkman, and I just laughed and turned it off, and made nothing of it. And so pretty quick he made nothing of it, too. After that we got along beautifully." "I should say you did," retorted Susan, almost enviously. "And you fixin' up that paper so fine for him to write on." Miss Dorothy blushed again, and again Susan noticed how very charming was the combination of brown eyes and yellow gold hair. "Yes, he did like that paper," smiled the young girl. "He never mentioned the lines, and neither did I. When I first suggested the letter home, he was all ready to refuse, I could see, but I wouldn't give him the chance. Before he could even speak, I had thrust the paper into his hands, and I could see the wonder, interest, and joy in his face as his fingers discovered the pricked lines and followed their course from edge to edge. But he didn't let me know he'd found them. Not much. Well, I don't know, but they would like the letter, was all he said, casually, and I knew then that I had won. "Well, I should say you had. But how did you know?" cried Susan. "Oh, you told me first that I must talk to him as if he were not blind. Then Father told me the same thing. He said lots of his patients were like that, so always I tried to do it that way. And it's a wonder how, when you give a little thought, you can manage to tell them so much that they can turn around and tell somebody else, just as if they really had seen it." I know," nodded Susan. "And Miss Dorothy," her voice grew unsteady, "he really is going to see and buy, ain't he?" The girl's face clouded. "They aren't at all sure of that." "But they can't tell yet." Susan had grown a little white. "Oh, no, not sure." "And they're going to give him all the chances there is." "Certainly. I only spoke because I don't want you to be too disappointed if we lose. You must remember that fully half the cases do lose." Susan drew a long sigh. Then determinedly she lifted her chin. "Well, I like to think we ain't going to belong to that half," she said. End of chapter 15. Recording by Sunny. Chapter 16 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sunny. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 16. The Worry of It. There was a letter from the doctor when the bandages were removed. Daniel Burton began to read the letter, but his eyes blurred and his hand shook, so that Susan had to take up where he had dropped it. Yet the letter was very short. The operation had been as successful, perhaps, as they could expect under the circumstances. Keith could discern light now, faintly, to be sure, but unmistakably. He was well and happy. Meanwhile he was under treatment for the second operation to come later, but that could not be performed for some time yet, so they must not lose their patience. That was all. "Well, I suppose we ought to be glad he can see light, even a little," sighed Susan, "but I'm free to confess I was hoping he could do a little more than that." "Yes, so was I," said Daniel Burton, and Susan, looking at his face, turned away without another word. There were times when Susan knew enough not to talk. Then came the days when there were only Keith's letters and an occasional short note from the doctor to break the long months of waiting. In the Burton homestead at Hinsdale, living was reduced to the simplest formula possible. On the whole, there was perhaps a little more money. Dunning tradesmen were not so numerous, but all luxuries, and some things that were almost necessities were rigorously left out, and the money was saved always for Keith. A lodger, a young law student, in Keith's old room helped towards defraying the family expenses. Susan had given up trying to sell her poems. She had become convinced at last that a cruel and unappreciative editorial wall was forever to bar her from what she still believed was an eagerly awaiting public. She still occasionally wrote jingles and talked in rhyme, but undeniably she had lost her courage and the enthusiasm. As she expressed it to Mrs. McGuire, she did not feel a mite like a gushing siphon inside her now. As summer came and passed, Susan and Mrs. McGuire talked over the backyard fence even more frequently, perhaps because Susan was lonely without Keith, perhaps because there was so much to talk about. First, there was Keith. Keith was still under treatment preparatory to the second operation. He had not responded quite as they had hoped, the doctor said, which meant that the operation must be postponed for perhaps several months longer. All this Susan talked over with Mrs. McGuire, and there was always, too, the hushed discussion as to what would happen if, after all, it failed, and Keith came home hopelessly blind. "But even that ain't the worst thing that could happen," maintained Susan stoutly. "I can tell you Keith Burton ain't going to let a little thing like that floor him." Mrs. McGuire, however, did not echo Susan's optimistic prophecies. But Mrs. McGuire's own sky just now was overcast, which perhaps had something to do with it. Mrs. McGuire had troubles of her own. It was the summer of 1914, and the never-to-be-forgotten August had come and passed, firing the match that was destined to set the whole world ablaze. Mrs. McGuire's eldest son, John, of whom she boasted in season and out, and whom she loved with an all-absorbing passion, had caught the war fever, gone to Canada, and enlisted. Mrs. McGuire herself was Canadian by birth, and all her family still lived there. She was boasting now more than ever about John, but proud as she was of her soldier boy, his going had plunged her into an abyss of doubt and gloom. "He'll never come back, he'll never come back," she moaned to Susan. "I can just feel it in my bones that he won't." "Shucks! A great, strong, healthy boy like John McGuire? Of course he'll come back," retorted Susan. "Besides, likely the war'll be all over with 'fore he gets there anyhow. And as for feelin' it in your bones, Miss McGuire, that's a very facetious doctrine, and ain't no more to be depended upon than my flour sieve for an umbrella. They're gay receivers every time, bones are. Why, land sakes, Miss McGuire, if all things happened that my bones told me was goin' to happen, there wouldn't be none of us livin' by now, nor the sun shinin', nor the moon moonin'. I found out after a while how they didn't happen half the time, and I wrote a poem on it like this: Trust 'em not, them fickle bones, always talkin' moans and groans, just as if inside of you lived a thing could tell you true, whether it was going to rain, whether you would have a pain, whether him or you would beat, whether you'd have 'nough to eat. Bones was give to hold us straight, not tell us 'bout our fate." "Yes, yes, I suppose so," sighed Mrs. McGuire. "But when I think of John, my John, lying there so cold and still—" "Well, he ain't layin' there yet," cut in Susan impatiently. "Time enough to hunt bears when you see their tracks, Miss McGuire. Can't you see that worryin' don't do no good? You'll have it all for nothin' if he don't get hurt, and if he does, you'll have all this extra for nothin' anyway, that you didn't need till the time came. Ever hear my poem on worryin'?" Without waiting for reply, Susan never asked such questions with a view to having them answered. She chanted this: "Worry never climbed a hill, worry never paid a bill, worry never led a horse to water, worry never cooked a meal, worry never darned a heel, worry never did a thing you could think it oughta." "Yes, yes, I know," sighed Mrs. McGuire again. "But John is so— Well, you don't know my John. Nobody knows John as I do. He'd have made a big man if he'd lived, John would." "If he'd lived!" repeated Susan severely. "Well, I never, Mrs. McGuire, if you ain't talking already as if he was dead. You don't have to begin to write his obliquity notice yet, do you?" "But he is dead," moaned Mrs. McGuire, catching at the one word in Susan's remark and paying no attention to the rest. "He's dead to everything he was going to do. He was ambitious, my John was. He was always studyin' and readin' books nights and Sundays and holidays when he didn't have to be in the store. He was takin' a course, you know." "Yes, I know. One of those respondin' schools," nodded Susan. "John's a clever lad, he is, I'm free to confess." Under the sunshine of Susan's appreciation, Mrs. McGuire drew a step nearer. "He was studyin' so he could mount to somethin', John was," declared Mrs. McGuire. "He was goin' to be—" She paused and threw a hurried look over her shoulder. "He was keepin' it secret, but he won't mind my tellin' now. He was goin' to be a writer some day, he hoped." Susan's instantly alert attention was most flattering. "Sho, you don't say! Poems?" "I don't know." Mrs. McGuire drew back and spoke a little coldly. Now that the secret was out, Mrs. McGuire was troubled, evidently, with qualms of conscience. "He never said much. He didn't want it talked about." Susan drew a long breath. "Yes, I know. 'Tain't so pleasant if folks know, when you can't sell 'em. Now, in my case—" But Mrs. McGuire, with a hurried word about the beans in her oven, had hastened into the house. Mrs. McGuire was not the only one with whom Susan was having long talks. September had come, bringing again the opening of schools, which in turn had brought Miss Dorothy Parkman back to Hinsdale. Miss Dorothy was 17 now, and prettier than ever in Susan's opinion. She had been again to her father's home, and Susan could never hear enough of her visit or of Keith. Nor was Miss Dorothy evidently in the least loath to talk of her visit or of Keith. Patiently, even interestedly, each time she saw Susan, she would repeat for her the details of Keith's daily life, telling everything that she knew about him. "But I've told you all this before," she said laughingly one day when Susan had stopped her as she was going by the house. "I've told you several times before." "Yes, I know you have," nodded Susan, drawing a long breath. "But I always get something new in it, just as I do in the Bible, you know. You always tell me something you hadn't mentioned before. Now, today, you never told me before about them dominoes you and him played together." "Didn't I?" An added color came into Miss Dorothy's cheeks. "Well, we played them quite a lot, poor fellow. Time hung pretty heavily on his hands, and we had to do something for him. There were other games, too, that we played together." "But how can he play dominoes and those others when he can't see?" "Oh, the points on the dominoes are raised, of course, and the board has little round places surrounded by raised borders for him to keep his dominoes in. The cards are marked with little raised signs in the corners, and there are dice studded with tiny nail heads. The checkerboard has little grooves to keep the men from sliding. Of course, we already had all these games, you know. They used them for All-Father's patients. But of course, Keith had to be taught first. And you taught him? Well, I taught him some of them. The added color was still in Miss Dorothy's cheeks. And you told me last week you read to him. Yes, oh yes, I read to him quite a lot. The anxiously puckered frown on Susan's face suddenly dissolved into a broad smile. Land sakes, if that ain't the limit, she chuckled. Well, what do you mean by that? Bridled Miss Dorothy, looking not exactly pleased. Nothin'. It's only that I was just thinkin' on how you was foolin' him. Fooling him? Miss Dorothy was looking decidedly not pleased now. Yes, and you all the time, Dorothy Parkman, and he not knowin' it. Oh! The color on Miss Dorothy's face was one pink blush now. Then she laughed lightly. After all, do you know, I hardly ever thought of that, after the very first. He called me Miss Stewart, of course, but lots of folks out there do that. They don't think, or don't know, about my name being different, you see. The patients, coming and going all the time, know me as the doctor's daughter, and naturally they call me Miss Stewart, so it doesn't seem so queer when Mr. Keith does it. Good! Exclaimed Susan with glowing satisfaction. And now, here's to hopin' he won't never find out who you really be. Is he so very bitter, then, against Dorothy Parkman? The girl asked the question a little wistfully. He just is, nodded Susan with unflattering emphasis. If you'd heard him when he just persisted that he wouldn't have anybody that was Dorothy Parkman's father even look at his eyes, you'd have thought so, I guess. And why, he even wrote about it way back last Christmas, I mean, when he first told us about you. He said the doctor had a daughter, and she was all right, but he didn't like her all at first, 'cause her voice kept reminding him of somebody he didn't want to be reminded of. Did he really write that? Them's the identifying words, avowed Susan. So you'll just have to keep it a secret, who you be. You see? She warned her. Yes, I see, murmured the girl. All the pretty color had quite gone from her face now, leaving it a little white and strained looking. I'll try to. Of course, when he gets back his sight, he'll find out. That is, Miss Dorothy, he is going to get back, ain't he? Susan's own face had now become a little white and strained looking. Miss Dorothy shook her head. I don't know, Susan, but I'm afraid. Afraid? You don't mean that he ain't going to? Susan caught Dorothy's arm in a vice-like grip. No, not that, but we aren't sure, and the symptoms aren't quite as good as they were, hurried on the girl a bit feverishly. But I thought he could see light, faltered Susan. He could at first, but it's been getting dimmer and dimmer, and now— The girl stopped and wet her lips. There's to be a second operation, you know. Father hopes to have it by Christmas, or before, but I know Father is afraid. That is, he thinks— He don't like the way things is goin', cut in Susan grimly. Ain't that about it? I'm afraid it is, faltered Miss Dorothy, wetting her lips again. And when I think of that boy— She turned away her head, leaving her sentence unfinished. Well, we ain't going to think of it till it comes, declared Susan stoutly. And then, well, if it does come, we've all got to set up and help 'em forget it. That's all. Yes, of course, murmured the girl, turning away again. And this time she turned quite away and went down the street, leaving Susan by the gate alone. Nice girl, and a mighty pretty one, too, whispered Susan, looking after the trim little figure in its scarlet cap and sweater. And she's got a good, kind heart in her, too, a carin' like that about that boy's bein'— Susan stopped short. A new look had come to her face, a look of wonder, questioning and dawning delight. Land sakes, why hadn't I never thought of that before, she muttered, her eyes still on the rapidly disappearing little red figure down the street. Course, they're nothing but babes now, but by and by. Still, if he ever found out she was Dorothy Parkman, and, of course, he'd have to find it out if he married. Oh, land sakes, what fools some folks be!" With which somewhat cryptic statement Susan turned and marched irritably into the house. End of chapter 16. Recording by Sunny. Chapter 17 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sunny. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 17. Daniel Burton Takes the Plunge. Dr. Stewart's second operation on Keith's eyes took place late in November. It was not a success. Far from increasing his vision, it lessened it. Only dimly now could he discern light at all. In the letter to Daniel Burton, Dr. Stewart stated the case freely and frankly, yet he declared that he had not given up hope yet. He had a plan. With Mr. Burton's kind permission, he would carry out. He then went on to explain. In Paris there was a noted specialist in whom he had great confidence. He wished very much that this man could see Keith. To take Keith over now, however, as war conditions were, would of course be difficult and hazardous. Besides, as he happened to know, this would not be necessary, for the great man was coming to this country sometime in May. To bring Keith to his attention, then, would be a simple matter, and a chance well worth waiting for. Meanwhile, the boy was as comfortable where he was as he could be anywhere, and, moreover, there were certain treatments which should still be continued. With Daniel Burton's kind permission, therefore, the doctor would keep Keith where he was for the present, pending the arrival of the great specialist. It was a bitter blow. For days after the letter came, Daniel Burton shut himself up in the studio, refusing to see anyone but Susan, and almost refusing to see her. Susan, indeed, heartbroken as she was herself, had no time to indulge in her own grief. So busy was she trying to concoct something that would tempt her employer to break a fast that was becoming terrifying to her. Then came Keith's letter. He wrote cheerfully, hopefully. He told of the new games that he was playing, new things of interest that he was seeing. He said nothing whatsoever about the operation. He did say that there was a big doctor coming from Paris whom he was going to see in May, however. That was all. When the doctor's letter had come, telling of the failure of the second operation, Susan had read it and accepted it with sternly controlled eyes that did not shed one tear. But when Keith's letter came, not even mentioning the operation, her self-control snapped, and she burst openly into tears. "I don't care," she sobbed, in answer to Daniel Burton's amazed exclamation. "When I think of the way that blessed boy is holding up his head and marching straight on, and you and me here, oh, land sakes, what the use of trying to say it?" she despaired, turning and hurrying from the room. In December, Dr. Stewart came on again to take his daughter back for the holidays. He called at once to see Mr. Burton, and the two had a long conference in the studio, while Susan feverishly moved from room to room downstairs, taking up and setting down one object after another in the aimless fashion of one whose fingers are not controlled by the mind. When the doctor had gone, Susan did not wait for Daniel Burton to seek her out. She went at once to the studio. "No, he had nothing new to say about Keith," began the man, answering the agonized question in her eyes before her lips could frame the words. "But didn't he say nothing?" "Oh, yes, he said a great deal, but it was only a repetition of what he had said before in the letter." Daniel Burton spoke wearily, constrainedly. His face had grown a little white. "The doctor bought the big sofa in the hall downstairs, and the drop-leaf table in the dining-room." "Humph! But will he pay anything for them things?" "Yes, he will pay for them. And, Susan." "Yes, sir." Something in the man's face and voice put a curious note of respect into Susan's manner as suddenly as it was unusual. "I've been intending to tell you for some time. I shall want breakfast at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm going to work in McGuire's store." "You're going to what?" Susan's face was aghast. To work, I said, repeated Daniel Burton sharply. I shall want breakfast at 7 o'clock, Susan. He turned away, plainly indicating that for him the matter was closed, but for Susan the matter was not closed. Daniel Burton, you ain't going to demean yourself like that, she gasped. An artistical gentleman like you? Why, I'd rather work my hands to the bones. That will do, Susan. You may go. And Susan went. There were times when Susan did go. But not yet for Susan was the matter closed. Only an hour later Mrs. McGuire ran over with a letter from her John to read to Susan, but barely had she finished reading the letter aloud when the real object of her visit was disclosed by the triumphant, "Well, Susan Betts, I noticed even an artist has to come down to being a common storekeeper sometimes." Susan drew herself up haughtily. "Of course, Mrs. McGuire, 'tain't for me to pretend that I don't know what you're inferrin' to. But just let me tell you this. I don't make no difference how many potatoes and molasses jugs and kerosene cans Daniel Burton hands over the counter. He won't never be just a common storekeeper. He'll be thinkin' flowers and woods and sunsets just the same. Furthermore, and moreover, in my opinion, it's a very honorary and praiseful thing for him to go out in the hedges and byways and earn money like that when, if the world only knew enough to know a good thing when they see it, they'd be buying him them pictures of his and not subjugating him to the mystification of earning his bread by the sweat of his forehead." "Oh, good gracious me, Susan Betts, how you do run on when you get started!" ejaculated Mrs. McGuire impatiently yet laughingly. "And I might have known what you'd say, too, if I'd stopped to think. Well, I must be going anyhow. I only came over to show you the letter from my John. I'm sure I wished it was him coming back to this old place behind the counter instead of your Daniel Burton," she sighed. "I'd buy every picture he ever painted, if I had the money, if it would only bring my John back, away from all those awful bombs and shells and shrapnel that he's always writing about." "Them be nice letters he writes, I'm free to confess," commented Susan graciously. "Not that they tell so much what he's doin', though, but I s'pose they're censured anyhow, all them letters be." Mrs. McGuire, her eyes dreamed fixed out the window, nodded her head slowly. "Yes, I suppose so. But there's a lot left. There's always a lot left. And everything he writes I can just see. He was always like that with my John. Let him go downtown and come back, you'd think he'd been to the circus, the wonderful things he'd tell me he'd seen on the way. And he'd set out and describe 'em until I could just see them myself. I'll never forget. One day he went to a fire. The old Babcock house burned, and he saw it. He was 12 years old. I was sick in bed, and he told me about it. I can see him now, standing at the foot of the bed, his cheeks red, his eyes sparkling, and his little hands flourishing right and left in his excitement. As he talked, I could just see that old house burn. I could hear the shouts of the men, the roar and crackling of the flames, and see him creeping, gaining. Oh, it was wonderful. And there I was, right in my own bed all the time. It was just the way he told it. That's why I know he could have been a writer. He could make others see everything. But now, that's all over now. He'll never be anything. I can see him. I can see all that horrible battlefield with the reeling men, the flames, the smoke, the bursting shells, and oh God, my John, will he ever come back to me? There, Mrs. McGuire, I just wouldn't. But Mrs. McGuire, with a shake of her head and her eyes half covered with her hand, turned away and stumbled out of the kitchen. Susan, looking after her, drew a long sigh. "Worry never climbed a hill, worry never. There's some times when it's frank impertinence to tell folks not to worry," she muttered severely to herself, attacking the piled-up dishes before her. Daniel Burton went to work in McGuire's grocery store the next morning, after a particularly appetizing breakfast served to him by a silent, red-eyed, but very attentive Susan. And 'twas for all the world like a lamb to the slaughter-house, Susan moaned to the law student. lodger when she met him on the stairs at 8 that morning. "And if you want to see a real slaughterhouse, you just come in here," she beckoned him, leading the way to the studio. But that is, well," stammered the young fellow, looking not a little startled as he followed her with half-reluctant feet. In the studio Susan flourished accusing arms. "Look at that, and that, and that!" she cried. "Why, it's just like an extraordinary common-sense room now, that anybody might have, with them pictures all put away, and his easel hid behind the door, and not a brush or a cube of paint in sight, and him dolin' out vinegar and molasses down at that old store. I tell you it made me sick, Mr. Jenkins, sick." "Yes, that's so," murmured Mr. Jenkins vaguely. "Well, it did. Why, it worked me up so I just sat right down and I made up a poem on it. I couldn't help it. It came easy, too, most like the spontaneous combustion kind I used to write, only I made it free verse. You know, that's all the rage now. Like this," she finished, producing from somewhere about her person a half sheet of notepaper. "Alone and dark the studio waited for the sun of day. But when it rose, alas, no lovely pictures greeted the fiery gob. Only their backs showed, white and sorry and some dusty. No easel sprawled, long legs to trip and make you slip. No cubes of pig-lent gray or black, nor any other color lent brightness to this dank world. And he, the artist, the bright soul who bossed this ranch, alas, doomed to hide his bright talons in smelly kegs of kerosene and molasses brown and sticky. Alas, that I should see and know this day." "There now, ain't that about the way it is?" she demanded feelingly. Yes, it is. That's so." Mr. Jenkins was backing out of the room and looking towards the stairway. Mr. Jenkins had been a member of the Burton household long enough to have learned to take Susan at her own valuation, with no questions asked. "Yes, that's so," he repeated as he plunged down the stairs. To Daniel Burton himself Susan made no further protests or even comments, except the silent comment of eager service with some favorite dish for every meal. As Christmas drew near and Daniel Burton's hours grew longer, Susan still made no audible comment, but she redoubled her efforts to make him comfortable in the few hours left to him at home. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Sunny. Chapter 18 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sunny. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 18. Miss Stewart. It was just after Christmas that another letter came from Keith. It was addressed, as usual, to Susan. Keith had explained in his second letter that he was always going to write to Susan, so that she might read it to his father, thus saving him the disagreeableness of seeing how crooked and uneven some of his lines were. His father had remonstrated feebly, but Keith still wrote to Susan. Keith had been improving in his writing very rapidly, however, since those earliest letters, and most of his letters now were models of even lines and carefully formed characters. But this letter, Susan saw at once, was very different. It bore unmistakable marks of haste, agitation, and lack of care. It began abruptly after the briefest of salutations. "Why didn't you tell me you knew Miss Stewart? She says she knows you real well, and Father, too, and that she's been to the house lots of times, and that she's going back to Hinsdale next week, and that she's going to school there this year and will graduate in June. Oh, if she didn't tell me all this at once, you bet your sweet life. I had to worm it out of her little by little. But what I want to know is why you folks didn't tell me anything about it, that you knew her and all that. But you never said a word, not a word. Neither you nor Dad. But she says she knows Dad real well. Funny Dad never mentioned it. Miss Stewart sure is a peach of a girl, all right, and the best ever to me. She's always hunting up new games for me to play. She taught me 2 this time, and she's read 2 books to me. There's a new fellow here named Hentley, and we play a lot together. I'm well and getting along all right. Guess that's all for this time. Love to all, Keith. P.S. Now don't forget to tell me why you never said a thing that you knew Miss Stewart. K. Well, now, I guess the kettle's in the fire, all right, ejaculated Susan, folding the letter with hands that shook a little. What do you mean? Asked Daniel Burton. Why, about that girl, of course. He'll find out now she's Dorothy Parkman. He can't help finding it out. But what if he does? Demanded the man a bit impatiently. What if he does? Repeated Susan with lofty scorn. I guess you'll find out. 'Tis when that boy does find out she's Dorothy Parkman, and then won't have nothing more to do with her, nor her father, nor her father's new doctor, nor anything that's hers. Nonsense, Susan, don't be silly, snapped the man, still more irritably. Nor her father, nor her father's new doctor, nor anything that's hers, indeed. You sound for all the world as if you were chanting a catechism. What's the matter? Doesn't the boy like Miss Dorothy? Why, Daniel Burton, you know he don't. I told you long ago all about it when I explained how we got to give her father a resumed name so Keith wouldn't know, and— Oh, that! What she said about not wanting to see blind people? Nonsense, Susan. That was years ago, when they were children. Why, Keith's a man, nearly. You're forgetting. He'll be 18 next June, Susan. That's all right, Mr. Burton. Susan's lips snapped together grimly, and her chin assumed its most defiant tilt. I ain't sayin' he ain't, but there's some cases where age don't make a mite of difference, and you'll find this is one of 'em. You mark my words, Daniel Burton. I've seen just as big a fools at 18, and 80 for that matter, as I have at 8. 'Tain't a matter of decree at all. Keith Burton got it into his head when he was goin' blind that Dorothy Parkman would hate to look at him if he ever did get blind, and he just vowed and determined that if he ever did get that way she shouldn't see him. Well, now he's blind, and if you think he's forgot what Dorothy Parkman said, you ought to be with me when she came to see him with Mazie Sanborn one day, or even when they just called up to him on the piazza one morning. Well, very likely, conceded the man irritably. But I still must remind you, Susan, that all that was some time ago. Keith's got more sense now. Maybe, and then again maybe not. However, we'll see what we will see, she mumbled as she left the room with a little defiant toss of her head. Susan did not answer Keith's letter at once. Just how was she going to answer that particular question concerning their acquaintance with Miss Stewart? She did not know, nor could she get any assistance from Daniel Burton on the subject. Why, tell him the truth, of course, was all that Daniel Burton would answer with a shrug, in reply to her urgent appeals for aid in the matter. This Susan, in utter horror, refused to do. "But surely you don't expect to keep it a secret forever who she is, do you?" demanded Daniel Burton scornfully one day. "Of course I don't, but I'm going to keep it just as long as I can," avowed Susan doggedly, "and maybe I can keep it till he gets his blessed eyes back. I shan't care if he does find out then." "I don't think, any of us mind anything then, Susan," said the man softly and a little brokenly, and Susan, looking into his face, turned away suddenly to hide her own. That evening Susan heard that Dorothy Parkman was expected to arrive in Hinsdale in 2 days. "I'll just wait then and intervene the young lady my own self," she mused, as she walked home from the post office. "This trying to settle Dorothy Parkman's affairs without Dorothy Parkman is like having an omelet with the omelet left out," she finished, nodding to herself, all in the dark, as she turned in at the Burtons' gateway. Dorothy Parkman came 2 days later. As was usual now, she came at once to the house. Susan, on the watch, met her at the door before she could touch the bell. "Come in, come in! My, but I'm glad to see you!" exclaimed Susan fervently, fairly pulling her visitor into the house. "Now tell me everything, every single thing." "Why, there isn't much to tell, Susan. Mr. Keith is about the same, and—" No, I mean about you," interrupted Susan, motioning the girl to a chair and drawing her own chair nearer. "About you being in Hinsdale and knowing us and all that, and his finding out." "Oh, that!" The color flew instantly into Miss Dorothy's cheeks. "Then he's written you?" "Written us? I should say he had. And he wants to know why we hadn't told him we know you. And land sakes, Miss Dorothy, what can we tell him?" I don't know, Susan." "But how did you get in such a mess? How'd he find out to begin with?" demanded the woman. Miss Dorothy drew a long sigh. "Oh, it was my fault, of course. I forgot. Still, it's a wonder I hadn't forgotten before. You see, inadvertently, I happened to drop a word about Mr. Burton. 'Do you know my dad?' he burst out. Then he asked another and another question. Of course I saw right away that I mustn't turn it off, as if I supposed he'd known all the time. It wouldn't do to make a secret of it and act embarrassed because he'd found out, for of course then he'd suspect something wrong right away." Yes, I suppose so," admitted Susan worriedly. "But land sakes, look at us! What are we going to say? Now he wants to know why we hadn't told him about knowing you." "I don't know, Susan, I don't know." The girl shook her head and caught her breath a bit convulsively. "Of course, when I first let it go that I was Miss Stewart, I never realized where it was going to lead, nor how hard it might be to keep it up. I've been expecting every day he'd find out from someone there, but he hasn't yet, of course. Aunt Hattie, who keeps our house for Father, is in the secret, and she'd never give it away. Most of the patients don't know much about me, anyway. You see, I've never been there much. They just know vaguely of the doctor's daughter, and they just naturally call me Miss Stewart." Yes, I see," nodded Susan again, still worriedly. "But what I'm thinking of is us, Miss Dorothy. How are we going to get around not mentioning you all this time, without him finding out who you be, and demanding a full exposition of the whole affair? Say, look here, would it be very bad if he did find out you was Dorothy Parkman?" "I'm afraid it would be, Susan." The girl spoke slowly and a bit unsteadily. She had gone a little white at the question. "Has he said anything?" "Nothing. Only when we were talking that day and he was finding out those questions one after another about Hinsdale and what I knew of it, he asked if I knew Dorothy Parkman." "Miss Dorothy, he didn't!" "But he did. It was awful, Susan. I felt like "Of course you did," interposed Susan, her face all sympathy. "And sailing under false premises like that, and when you were perfectly innocuous, too, of any sinfulness, and was just doing it for his best good and peace of mind. Land sakes, what a prediction to be in! What did you say?" "Why, I said yes, of course. I had to say yes. And I tried to turn it off right away and not talk any more about it. But that was easy, anyway, for Mr. Keith himself dropped it. But I knew by the way he looked, and said yes, I know her too, in that quiet, stern way of his, that I had better not let him find out I was she. Not if I wanted to stay in the room," she finished, laughing a little hysterically. "Land sakes, you don't say!" frowned Susan. "Yes, and so that's what makes me know that whatever you do, you mustn't let him know that I'm Dorothy Parkman," cried the girl feverishly. "Not now, not until he's seen the Paris doctor, for there's no knowing what he'd do. He'd be so angry, you'd see. He'd never forgive me for, on top of all the rest of the deceit, that I've been with him all these different times and let him call me Miss Stewart." "But how can we do that?" demanded Susan. "Why, just turn it off lightly. Say, of course you know me, and seem surprised that you never happened to mention it before. Tell him, oh, yes, I'd come quite often to tell you and Mr. Burton how he's getting along, and all that. Just make nothing of it. Take it as a matter of course, not worth mentioning. See? Then go on and talk about something else. That'll fix it all right, I'm sure, Susan." "Maybe so, and then again maybe not," observed Susan with frowning doubt. as I was telling Mr. Burton this morning, we've got to be especially careful about Keith just now. It's the most hypercritical time there can be, with him waiting to see that big doctor and all, and he mustn't be upset, no matter what happens, no matter how many white lies we have to prognosticate here at the home. I guess that's so, Susan. Miss Dorothy's eyes were twinkling now. And by the way, where is Mr. Burton? I haven't seen him yet. He ain't here. You don't mean he's gone out of town? The girl had looked up in surprise at the crisp terseness of Susan's reply. Oh, no, he's in Hinsdale. Painting any new pictures these days? Miss Dorothy was on her feet to go. She asked the question plainly not for information, but to fill the embarrassing pause that Susan's second reply had brought into the conversation. No, he ain't, spoke up Susan with a vehemence and disconcerting as it was sudden. He ain't paintin' nothin', and he ain't drawin' nothin' neither, only molasses and vinegar and kerosene. He's clerkin' down at McGuire's grocery store, if you want to know. That's where he is. Why, Susan! Yes, I know. You don't have to say nothin', Miss Dorothy. Besides, I won't let you say it if you did. I won't let nobody say it but me. But I will say this much. When folks has set one foot in the cemetery, and lame one at that, and can't see, nor hear, nor think straight, I don't think it's no hilarious offense to wish they'd hurry up and get to where they could have all them handy facilities back again, and leave their money to folks what has got their full complaint of senses, ready to enjoy life if they get the chance. Oh, yes, I know you don't know what I'm talking about, and perhaps it's just as well you don't, Miss Dorothy. I hadn't oughter said it anyhow. Well, I suppose I've got to go write that letter to Keith now, seeing as you've come, and I can't put it off no longer. Goodness only knows, though, what I'm going to say. She sighed as her visitor nodded back a wistful-eyed good-bye. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Sunny. Chapter 19 of Dawn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sunny. Dawn by Eleanor H. Porter. Chapter 19. A Matter of Letters. Susan said afterward, in speaking of that spring, that 'twas nothing but just one series of letters, and indeed life did seem to be mostly made up of letters. At the sanatorium, Keith was waiting for spring and the new doctor, and that the waiting was proving to be a little nerve-racking was proved by the infrequency of his letters home, and the shortness and uncommunicativeness of such as did come. Letters to him from Hinsdale were longer and were invariably bright and cheery. Yet they did not really tell so much, after all. To be sure, they did contain frequent references to "your Miss Stewart," and gave carefully casual accounts of what she did and said. In the very first letter, Susan had hit upon the idea of always referring to the young lady as "your Miss Stewart." "Then we won't be tellin' no lies," she had explained to Mr. Burton, "'cause she is his Miss Stewart. See? She certainly don't belong to no one else under that name, that's sure." But however communicative as regards Miss Stewart the letters were, they were very far from that as regarded some other matters. For instance, neither in Daniel Burton's letters or in Susan's was there any reference to the new clerk in McGuire's grocery store. So far as anything that Keith knew to the contrary, his father was still painting unsaleable pictures in the Burton homestead studio. But even these were not all the letters that spring. There were letters of John McGuire from far-away France, really wonderful letters, letters that brought to the little New England town the very breath of the battlefield itself, the smell of its smoke, the shriek of its shells. And with Mr. Burton, with Susan, and with the whole neighborhood indeed, Mrs. McGuire shared them. They were even printed occasionally in the town's weekly newspaper, and they were talked of everywhere, day in and day out. No wonder, then, that, to Susan, the spring seemed but a series of letters. It was in May that the great Paris doctor was expected, but late in April came a letter from Dr. Stewart saying that, owing to war conditions, the doctor had been delayed. He would not reach this country now until July, which meant 2 more months of weary waiting for Keith and for Keith's friends at home. It was just here that Susan's patience snapped. "When you get yourself screwed up to stand just so much, and then you come along with just a little more, something's got to break, I tell you. Well, I've broke." Whether as a result of the break or not, Susan did not say. Neither did she mention whether it was to assuage her own grief or to alleviate Keith's. But whatever it was, Susan wrote these verses and sent them to Keith. "By the day, when our back is nigh to breaking, and our strength is nearly gone, and along there comes a layin' of another burden on, if we'll only just remember, no matter what's to pay, that 'tisn't yet December, and we're livin' by the day. Most anyone can stand it, what just today has brought, and when we try to lump it and take it by the lot, and why my back would double and any legs bend, if we pile on the trouble meant to last us till the end. So if we'll just remember, half the woe from life we'll rob, if we'll only take it by the day and not live it by the job." Of course, "That 'tisn't yet December" is poem license, and hadn't really got much sense of it, wrote Susan in the letter she sent with the verses. "I put it mostly to rhyme with remember. There simply wasn't a thing to rhyme with that word. But, do you know, after I got it down, I saw it really could mean something after all. Kind of diabolical like, for the end of life, you know, like December is the end of the year. Well, anyhow, they done me lots of good, them verses did, and I hope they will you." In June, Dorothy Parkman was graduated from the Hinsdale Academy. Both Mr. Burton and Susan attended the exercises, though not together. Then Susan sat down and wrote the glowing account of the affair to Keith, dilating upon the fine showing that your Miss Stewart made. "It can't last forever, of course, this subtractin' Miss Stewart's name for Dorothy Parkman," she said to Mr. Burton, when she handed him the letter to mail. "But I'm just bound and determined it shall last till that there Paris doctor gets his hands on him. And she ain't goin' back now to her father's for quite a spell. Mrs. Dorothy, I mean," further explained Susan. "I guess she don't want to take no chances herself of his findin' out, and just yet," declared Susan, with a sage wag of her head. "Anyhow, she had an inspiration to go see a girl down on the beach, and she's goin'. So we're safe for a while. But, oh, if July'd only hurry up and come!" And yet, when July came, they were so glad afterward that Dr. Stewart wrote the letter that in a measure prepared them for the bad news. He wrote the day before the operation. He said that the great oculist was immensely interested in the case and eager to see what he could do, though he could hold out no sort of promise that he would be able to accomplish the desired results. Dr. Stewart warned them, therefore, not to expect anything, though, of course, they might hope. Hard on the heels of the letter came the telegram. The operation had been performed, and had failed, they feared. They could not tell surely, however, until the bandages were removed, which would be early in August. But even if it had failed, there was yet one more chance, the doctor wrote. He would say nothing about that, however, until he was obliged to. In August he wrote about it. He was obliged to. The operation had been so near failure that they might as well call it that. The Paris oculist, however, had not given up hope. There was just one man in the world who might accomplish the seemingly impossible and give back sight to Keith's eyes, at least a measure of sight, he said. This man lived in London. He had been singularly successful in several of the few similar cases known to the profession. Therefore, with the kind permission, the great Paris doctor would take Keith back with him to his brother's oculist in London. He would like to take ship at once, and as soon as arrangements could possibly be made. There would be delay enough anyway, as it was, so far as any question of pay was concerned. The indebtedness would be on their side entirely, if they were privileged to perform the operation, For each new case of this rare malady added knowledge of untold value to the profession, hence to humanity in general. He begged, therefore, a prompt word of permission from Keith's father. "Don't you give it! Don't you give it!" chattered Susan with white lips when the proposition was made clear to her. "Why, Susan, I thought you'd be willing to try anything for Keith's sake." "And so I would, sir, anything in season, but not this. Do you think I'd set that blessed boy afloat atop of them submarines and gas mines, and to go to London for them German Zeppelins to rain down bombs and shrapnel on his head, and he not being able to see thing to dodge 'em when he sees 'em coming? Why, Daniel Burton, I'm ashamed of you to think of it for a minute." There, Susan, that will do. You mean well, I know, but this is a matter I'll have to settle for myself. For myself, he muttered with stern dignity, rising to his feet. Yet when he left the room a moment later, head and shoulders bowed, he looked so old and worn that Susan, gazing after him, put a spasmodic hand to her throat. "And I just know I'm going to lose 'em both now," she choked as she turned away. Keith went to London. Then came more weeks of weary, anxious waiting. Letters were not so regular now, nor so frequent. Definite news was hard to obtain. Yet in the end it came all too soon, and it was piteously definite. Keith was coming home. The great London doctor, too, had failed. End of chapter 19. Recording by Sunny.